Good morning.
Good
Welcome,
morning,
YouTube.
everybody. Welcome. Welcome to day 2 of Own Your Growth. We're so excited to have you guys all back. So exciting. How wonderful to be able to do a virtual event and have all these people join us. And then, of course, our wonderful guests as well. And this first wonderful guest is one that we are very familiar with here at Predictable Revenue. Of course, that makes us no less excited to be able to have him as our very first guest of the day. Aaron Ross, of course, you all know and love him. If you're here watching Predictable Revenue content, you know Aaron. You know that he is the real deal. He is the co founder, of course, of Predictable Revenue. He's the author of From Impossible to Inevitable, which is ranked the 8th best startup book of all time. Pretty cool. And Predictable Revenue, of course, called the Sales Bible of Silicon Valley, which is about sales systems that helped Salesforce.com, Twilio, Zora, and other companies create billions. Aaron is married with 9 children, half through adoption, and he's co-CEO, of course, as I mentioned, of predictablerevenue.com. That's us, if you weren't aware. Um, and also, how cool is it to be able to speak to a best-selling author and get to ask him any questions you might have about a best-selling book? I think that's pretty cool. And today's your chance. So those of you guys that are in the Zoom room, welcome. We're so excited to have your live questions. And those of you that are in the chat, please get those fingers warmed up so that you can type those questions in, and we'll get to those as well. But yeah, welcome, guys. Welcome, Aaron.
Yeah. Hey, good morning. If it's your morning. For me, it's afternoon. I'm calling from the UK. So see some smiling faces. Good to see y'all. And thanks, Sarah, Colin, Julia, Vero.
Mm-hmm.
Lots of cool. All right. Sarah, I think this is kind of your show. I mean, our show, the show.
The show. Yeah, I think
Where do
what
you
I'll
want to
do,
start?
I can, okay, for those who maybe have not heard of the book, Aaron, why don't you give us a little bit of a blurb about both the From Impossible to Inevitable and Predictable Revenue books. And then what I'll do is go around the room of the people that have joined us for the live AMA and go around and get your guys' questions. And then we can just keep cycling through. And as we get questions in the chat, we can pepper those in as well. How does that sound?
Yeah, that's good. Sure. And then, a lot of people have read the books. A lot of people have not read the books. But the first book called Predictable Revenue came out 2011, about 10 years ago. Right, a lot of detail around how I created that outbound prospecting, outbound sales machine for Salesforce.com. Back when I started Salesforce, when it was about a $25 million company, 150, couple hundred people. And as you know, that outbound system, and the book called it Cold Calling 2.0 because I really couldn't think of a better term. Helped double Salesforce.com's growth. So that's the Predictable Revenue book. By the way, everyone focuses on the outbound part, but one of the sections I actually still really like and tell at least managers to focus to read and share. There's a section on transparent sales compensation, right? Involving your sales team in at least editing or designing some sales comp. So there's a lot of hidden gems. I feel like a lot of people did not get into that book. And then there's a sequel called From Impossible to Inevitable, which I have up here on the mantle. Came out and updated 2019, a couple of years ago. And it's actually been called Book Authority, the #1 SaaS book. So someone else called it the 8th best startup book, but it's really a growth Bible for founders, entrepreneurs, and C-levels. So it's especially a lifesaver if you're kind of a few $100,000 in revenue to maybe 10 million. But companies, I mean, like Cisco, any size of company, there's a lot of good lessons for it. And it's usually like the first book I go to if you are like a growth executive, not just a sales person. Just fun fact, got 10 kids, live in Edinburgh, moved here from Los Angeles last year, just before lockdown started. And for family reasons, right? Just wants a different variety of cultures and expose the kids to. And the range is, we got a 4-year-old all the way up to 22.
Thank you, Aaron. Okay, I'm going to go around pretty much alphabetically through the guys that are sitting in here with us live. So the first person, if you're ready to ask your question, LA, go ahead. LA Asnar.
We're gonna put you on the spot.
Yeah. If not, I can cycle. I'll come back to you. I'll give you a couple seconds. Okay. We're going to go. Oh, LA, you unmuted. Okay. You kept your slot. Go ahead.
Sorry, I'm having network problems. So
Oh,
if you can jump onto the next person, please.
Yes, absolutely. Okay, we'll come back to you, LA. Okay, my next person down the line is R2.
Hello.
Hey, Arthur.
Hi.
Greetings from Minnesota, Minneapolis. Originally from Finland, actually, but yeah, good to see all of you guys here. Yeah, I have a few questions. Let's start with the easy one, probably. So, Aaron, what happened first? You were a star, and then you wrote the book, or you wrote the book and then you became a star?
I'm a star. Okay. I would say in terms of like building an audience, rather than the word star, I'd say building an audience as well as the book happened kind of together. So before I published the book, I worked on it for about, I feel like 5 years ish, because I started really doing blogging at Salesforce. Mm-hmm. And this is funny. It's funny to say now, but at salesforce.com in like the 2000s, blogging was outlawed. You weren't allowed to blog. So I was just privately for myself. And along the way, I just meet people in tech. I don't even remember how at this point, just other like sales managers and people outside Salesforce. And, Salesforce was, growing fast and kind of well known, but not the behemoth it is now. And so I was just kind of meeting people and creating some content as I went. And over, a few years, honestly, at Salesforce and outside Salesforce. Mm-hmm. And so by the time, let's say around 2010, I actually took a couple days and just took all these blog posts and some other content and drafted the book in maybe 3 days. So it was like 5 years of, creating content, 3 days of drafting or editing to a draft, and then 3 months of tweaking. So, and by the time I published the book, I'd already been talking to people about it. I'd shared PDFs, I'd shared drafts, I just kind of like sent it out. And so the book, when it became published, there wasn't like a big launch.
Okay.
It really was like just telling people and doing webinars around it. So there are two things that helped. One is really focusing on a book that people really enjoyed and got a lot of value of and told their friends about. Mm-hmm. And I feel like, again, it took 5 years I was creating content, but also talking about it. It's like distilling the ideas down. So anyone who's writing a book or maybe creating content. And so like if you give public talks, that really forces you to kind of test and distill your content down, because the sales book I would have written in 2006 would have been very different. Like probably a more, I would say, boring classic sales book. After 5 years of like testing and tweaking and like talking to people, what the book ended up being. So by the time it came out, there's already a bunch of people kind of knew about it, and it helped spread the word of mouth. So between like having an audience already and creating a book and having tested it for years until it was like tight together, help build the audience and sell books. So the answer is both at the same time.
Okay, so you already had some name, and then the book was kind of a nice way to summarize what you have been writing and talking about for 5 years, and then that kind of was boosting the whole thing.
The book just accelerated it. So it was already. I like meeting people, and so the book just accelerated it, because then it was something, there's both the credibility, but it also packaged it into an easy to read place. It could go further. And I mean, we did a minor update of it like a year or two ago, but still, there's companies, it's still out there. It doesn't sell as much as a few years ago, but it just keeps growing on its own. So
yeah.
Nice.
Okay, then.
Sorry, R2, I'll come back to you for your next question.
Okay.
I do want to make sure everyone gets a chance, but I'm sure we'll get back to you at the top again. Corey, if you have a question, please go ahead. We'll give a couple seconds here for Corey to get going. Going 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, Felix, do you have a question?
Hello.
Hey, Felix.
Hi, calling from Barcelona, Spain.
Awesome. Okay. Know a bunch of people there.
So, Aaron, I am currently reading the Sales Development Playbook from Trish Bertuzzi. Mm-hmm. And then I will start your book, Predictable Revenue. I discovered it via the podcast you had with Colin Cadmus. And basically, this book from Trish, I'm liking a lot. I hope I can optimize my skills with your book as well. I recently joined a company, like very small company, a video hosting company called Flow Player. And the strategy that my boss suggested was to bring like 250 people every week into the CRM and then sending those out to an automatic sequence. And with some rate of response that he calculated, he thought that I was going to get the opportunity. And my point of view after reading and seeing some predictable revenue webinars, I discovered that it's not like this. It should be more personalized way, try to discover the pain points about the prospect, etc. And I negotiated with him today to work on less contacts and to be more personalized. Do you think
Sure.
I'm taking the right path to reach my results, or anything else you can help me?
Yeah, well, first, I do think in the early stages, you do need to focus less on volume and more on individual, fewer companies that you kind of like experiment more with. Like, for example, if you're sending some things to a few hundred people and you're not getting the responses you want, sending them to a few thousand is not going to help. So, if you pick even 10 companies or 20 companies, and if you can't get something out of 20 companies, then you got to go back to the drawing board and find some other way to get a conversation started. So like start small. There's a lot of channels, there's a lot of ways you can interact, whether it's like LinkedIn, email, the phone, video, pictures. So you got to like find your voice. And I think too, as the world gets busier, the copy paste form of success, at least in the States, it's a bit different. It's just busier and busier. And internationally, it's still not as overwhelming. But if we find copy paste doesn't work as much, where you just copy what other people done and paste it in. You really have to find your own voice and your own style and your own channel that works for you. So personalization is one way to think about that. Personalization implies there's one company or person, I'm going to like tweak it for them. I say you want to take also a bit more of a sandbox approach, which is a small number of accounts. It might be 20, it might be 50, it might be 100. Not too many, and you're just really you're working within just that number of companies to find something that works for you before you try to reach out to hundreds or thousands of them.
Okay.
And the other thing I would mention, if it hasn't come up, and the one thing that was missing from the predictable revenue book, once you see it, really is, and this became the beginning of this book, right? It's called Nailing a Niche. It's really thinking about that. Who's the ideal customer? Why would they need you? Messaging. And because I saw the most of the companies struggling with outbound, didn't think really through around who their ideal customers were, the messaging, and how they put themselves in their shoes. So you can go to fromimpossible.com and get that chapter for free, but I would read that as well. Even before, if you're already reading the sales development playbook, go to read the Nail Inch chapter first before even reading the predictable revenue book.
Okay, many thanks,
Yeah, it can take months.
Yeah, that's like they want me super immediate results, but I will try to do my best.
Thank you, Felix. Okay, next on the docket, we've got Indre.
Hi, so nice to meet you all. Thanks for allowing me to join the conversations. And I'm calling from Canary Islands,
Nice.
From Spain. I read Predictable Revenue only, and my question was that you just answered actually, if you missed anything in that book that you would add now, or if you changed something since you published it. So this was my main question as well. And I have another question, probably not related directly to the book. Since we are a European-based consulting company helping advising for fundraising, public fundraising in US and in Europe, I see a massive difference while European companies selling to US.
Yep.
I don't know if you if you would agree that this is some different approach that we should use while being a European and trying to approach US, I don't know, SME startups and companies.
Well, part of what I'll say, I'll start as, it might sound like a broken record, but especially if you're a services company, again, the same nail a niche section from the Impossible book. I mean, there's a reason why that became the first section of the new book, because it's the most common challenge for companies, especially if you're in services or you sell something that's complex. If you find yourself struggling to explain what you do to someone, then read that, the chapter to start there. Europe is different culturally, business-wise, but not that different. I mean, so I think it's really taking the principles that work. I mean, think about the United States in a lot of ways kind of sets the tone primarily in sales and marketing and making money. And then it does trickle out over years. And there might be a 5 or 10 year, in the past, like a 5 or 10 year lag. I think that's shrinking to different parts of Europe, like the UK first, and then like France and Germany, and then Spain. But also, I mean, really what you're looking to do is, especially in services, who really needs you the most? Because it's the biggest waste of time in whether it's in sales and marketing, reaching out to people who aren't going to be a fit, never going to buy. They might talk to you, but you're wasting their time and wasting yours. And I feel it takes a lot of experience, insight, confidence, discipline to say, hey, these really are the people who need us the most. And all these people who could use us or should use us, we're just going to ignore and really focus super tight on those ideal customers and the ideal buyers, and to then get to know them so you can kind of think like them. And so you can, that's really like empathy is vital these days. Because especially as the world gets busier, right? There's more channels, more messages, there's more email, like even LinkedIn. For those of you on LinkedIn, people just getting, it's like information overload. And so what helps, outbound still works, but what helps is, again, more specific on who you should reach out to and why, and what are they interested in? Like, if you could read their minds, what would they be feeling and thinking is the goal.
Yeah, I understand. I think that there's more rejection from first approach. Let's say when we do calls in Europe, it's way easier for us. Even like all Europe, Israel, Switzerland, any country would say, okay.
Yeah, well, in the States, again, it's like a high, because there's a lot more sales and marketing and people just have a smaller window of attention. And so how do you stand out? I think, to me, a lot of it, I think, in going back towards finding your voice, finding style, right? So it's not about it. There's personalization, which is you change what you're saying to fit who you're reaching out to. But then there's also adding personality, which is letting who you are as a person or company shine through. So you don't seem like the same. Everyone just seems the same. So there's like the more you can add humanity to what you're doing, which is also kind of knowing who you're reaching out to and having more, I'll just use the word style in the way you do it, whether that's through email or a video or sending a letter, or a phone call, whatever your techniques are. It is going to be harder in the States, it's busier. So it kind of forces you to be sharper about it.
Okay, thank you very much. It was useful.
Thanks, Aaron. Okay, Sandra, if you have a question, you can go ahead. Hi, Sandra. See your video popping up, but your mic is still off. There you go. Perfect.
Hey, I don't really have a question, but I just wanted to throw out there, Aaron. I started my first SDR job because of your book. And I want to say thank you. My company hired me because of your book. And I really didn't know a lot about being an SDR, and your team helped me through the process. Between Colin and Sarah and the rest of the team, they were able to help me learn how to be an SDR and how to succeed. And I've read both of your books, and I'm continuing to thrive, and I appreciate all of you. So I just wanted to say thank you for everything, because I wouldn't be where I am today without you guys.
Sure, Sandra. Yeah, thanks very much.
That's awesome, Sandra.
Yeah, that's amazing. Yeah. Thank you so much. Okay, Stas, if you have a question, go ahead.
Good evening for me. Good morning to you, I think. Hello from
Hi.
St. Petersburg, Russia.
Hey,
Nice to
Sas.
see you all. And thank you so much for what you are doing. And I don't know, we spoke now regarding what was in the past, what is happening now. What do you think, Karen, regarding what will happen in the future? Will artificial intelligence or robots replace all the things that salespeople are doing now?
Somebody added Kenny to the chat.
I'm sorry, I actually am a robot. It's too late. This is just all.
Okay.
Well, yeah, one sense, I don't know if you've seen even things like the deep fakes, like, video, even see with the Tom Cruise, right? There's all kinds of mimicry and fake people, automated stuff, and that's all going to expand and keep going. So AI is not going to replace people. It's not going to replace salespeople. You're always going to need salespeople or people in the sales process. Shape of it'll change, SDRs and such. What I really believe is, though, stepping back, that we've had the COVID pandemic that's winding down, we think, we hope. But it's really accelerated and exposed a growing emotional pandemic, right? An energy pandemic, which is out there. And there's a bunch of other trends that have contributed to this. And, executives, whether, startup CEOs or C-levels or salespeople or enterprise executives, all seem to feel this. And it's a consequence of things like information overwhelm, choice overwhelm, more screen time. That's why the pandemic helped accelerate it, because now it's just on screens with people more often. Lack of human interaction, like in person. There's just other things going on, but really, like, we're not emotionally, mentally equipped to deal with the world these days, and it's showing up especially in our teens. So the consequences in the sales world is that a lot of the people you're talking to have a lot less energy or interest in dealing with things. They just, even to understand what you're saying. It's almost like, if you're exhausted, are you really you're not gonna put any energy into looking at the next email. You're just gonna ignore it, right? Or if in a project, you're going through a proposal, the more it feels like work, the less likely it's going to move through the process, right? So how do you take out as much friction as you can around the communication, getting to know someone, a proposal, project? Like, friction is the enemy. So that's why you see trends towards things like user-based pricing or, more freemium. We're just trying to reduce the friction because people don't have the energy to deal with things beyond like the bare minimum. So that's really the main trend I see. And the things I think about is how to help people, the impact of this emotional pandemic, energy pandemic, which isn't going to go, it'll feel a little bit better once people can go back to work or see each other in person, but it's actually only going to get worse as a kind of big picture level over the next coming years because of all the kind of underlying trends pushing us this way.
Thank you.
Thanks, Aaron. Thomas, go ahead.
Hi, everyone. I'm Thomas. I'm Italian, but I'm working in Spain, and I would like to thank you all for what you're doing.
Again, Spain's all over the place.
Yeah, but I would like to thank you all for what you're doing because you're rocking it. And thank you very much. And thank you, Aaron, for your book, because I think that opened my mind when my boss suggested me to write it. And just thank you. Then I'm working as an SDR in a SaaS company. We're not a pure SaaS, but well, we are on the way to it. And I have a question about the fact that in the book, in the sales funnel, you were talking about having or achieving a 9% response rate, right? And I'm struggling with the email aspect because we are a niche and our market in Italy is no more than 400 companies. So it will be difficult, very hard to send 50 or 100 emails per day and get a 9% response rate. also a lower percentage. So how would you manage it in a very small niche?
So in the book, like response rates can vary all over the place, and they have gone down in general. That's one part we didn't update. Averages, like big averages might be, low single digit percentages in terms of response rates. Based on like niche and different companies might get higher. So there's no reason to feel good or bad based on comparing yourself to the book, because it might be completely irrelevant to your situation. But when you have, in a few hundred accounts is still a pretty big market. I mean, we have a client where one salesperson might have big enterprise clients of like the target might be 5 accounts. Their target, like big ones. So again, it's not about sticking to the numbers in the book. It's saying, hey, the principle is if you send a certain number, the goal is a certain number of activities, and some might be in email, phone calls, LinkedIn, I won't say WhatsApp, but the different channels could vary based on the market you're in. And you're looking for some sort of response rate and to measure that and try to get a sense of what that might be for you, for your market. And then how many of those lead to calls. Everyone's funnel is a bit different, and it can vary country to country. Right? The United States tends to have more challenging conversion rates just because of the volume. Internationally, it tends to be easier. So a lot of it is saying, all right, take that as a starting point. I can go talk to some people, but over, probably 3 to 4 months, I'm really focused on outbound and kind of experimenting and measuring. I'll kind of find out what my own funnel looks like. And to see, because, sort of like there's a million cookbooks, diet books, food systems. Just because someone else is keto doesn't mean that you should be. That might be horrible for you, or paleo or vegan, this, that, the other. Like, you got to find your own kind of like food system. In this case, your outbound, like what your funnel looks like. With the idea, again, you're trying to find the right companies, the right people, why they should care, to get meetings, right, to talk to them on the phone, or at least meet in person, I guess, hopefully at some point. Like, what does that take for you? And then how, if you can do that 1 time or 3 times, how can you do that 30 times? Everyone's gonna be a little bit different. By the way, the book's supposed to be out. I think the Kindle version of the Predictable Revenue is out in Spanish now, and we're just waiting for the physical version any week now. Come out in Spanish.
Nice. One more question from our live bunch here, and then I'll go to Colin to ask a couple of the ones that have come in through the chat. So Pramod, ask your question, please.
Sure. Thanks so much. Hi, Aaron. Big fan. I'm calling from India. I'm co-founder and CEO of a company called TrueMe. I follow your blogs regularly, and I have, of course, read your book. I read it 1 year back. My question, a specific question, is on the comp structure of the SDRs. Okay, so do we base it on number of meetings, demos arranged, or do we link it to the business acquired? And if yes, how do we do that? Number one. And second adjunct question is, what typically would it be? How many times, the salary of the SDR? Just an input. Our ticket size is low, and our number of customers is high. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm going to put a link in the chat to the compensation article that will help you.
Sure.
So there's a section in the Predictable Revenue book about comp, and I took that, I kind of expanded it. Again, in the Predictable Revenue book, there's a lot on like outbound. There's a lot on comp design. I mentioned, transparent comp design. I think it's interesting because a lot of people focus on the outbound, but there's a lot of management side in there. In fact, the 2 books that really influenced me the most at Salesforce and leading Predictable Revenue are completely different. One was The Toyota Way, right, engineering and lean manufacturing, and the other was Wooden, by John Wooden, who really kind of my management mentor. But those 2 books both became very influential. A lot of the Toyota Way engineering system was kind of like the outbound side, and a lot of the management philosophy around kind of like working with the team, and it was kind of like a lot of the second half of the book. But the comp fits in that. So I would say start with the comp, that article, and don't be, I really believe it's better to involve your people in some way. It could be a little bit, it could be a lot, based on your culture in comp design and feedback to find it. Because again, there's some principles that work across most companies, but you always have to tweak it a bit for where you are. And I'm sorry, I don't know if we have time for that second question, or if we're at time here, Sarah.
We are at time. We can go a little bit into the break that we've got scheduled here for the next 15 minutes. I'll probably cap us with like 5 minutes left in between so that we can make sure that we're letting that next speaker in. But yeah, we'll hang out here for a little bit longer. Pramod, if you can hang on to your second question, and if we make it back to you, then you can ask that second question. If not, pop it into the Slack community, then Aaron can also answer it there. But we'll go to Colin to ask a couple of those questions that have come in through YouTube, Slack, all of those things.
Cool. Thank you, Sarah. All right. So basically, the first one, I don't have commenter here on this one. I think this one came from our Slack community. So we are a 2-person startup, no fancy tech stack to automate, determine in-market buyers. Cold calling, emailing efforts to date are less than stellar. Target audience is mid-size enterprise IT. Everyone needs the product, Wi-Fi, but may not realize they need our professional services to design the network, make their life a lot easier. What advice does Aaron have to learn more about the target audience when first-party data, i.e. customers, is not enough?
Yeah, well, if you're only 2 people, sorry, is 2 people at the company or 2 founders?
We are a 2-person startup.
Yeah, I mean, you think about like a lot of the books, and again, my guess is the From Impossible to Inevitable book is probably better for you to start with in that nail a niche, and it's kind of like a founder's like growth design book. But the way I describe it too is, I don't know if you have much revenue or not. Like Peter Thiel wrote the book 0 to 1. Great. My stuff is often from like 1 to N. So if you already have customers who are paying you and you're making some revenue, it could be a few $100,000, you got something. Especially on the outbound side, you probably want even more than that, 500,000, $1 million, a couple million, before you have enough data on the kinds of customers who need you and where to find them to have confidence in outbound. You can do outbound earlier than that, but you can't expect any results. So the fact that if you're a really small company, especially if you're selling to bigger companies, how well do you really know what they need? Yeah, you have a product, you're selling to them, but do you understand, going back to, if they don't see your service is valuable, it's only how well do you know what they need, how you stand out from everything else they're dealing with. And again, companies, you see the value of what you do. Do you understand what their other priorities are? Right? Of their top 15 priorities, does yours fall in the top 5 or in like the bottom mid 10? Like it really has to be near the top for someone to buy something. It takes a lot of work to evaluate, buy, and implement something like that. So I would say it's like, how do you get out of your own like needs and wants and kind of understand it from the customer's perspective and be realistic with how long it takes to get something off the ground, which is longer than you want.
Perfect. Thanks, Aaron. We got one comment from Jeff Frick. Good to see you, Aaron. Been way too long.
Wow. Yeah. That's going way back. That was Jeff Frick. And by the way, Jeff, if you're still listening, I just got a LinkedIn from Chris Boshensky and Jim Moriarty, because we worked at a company called Pandesic a long time ago in like 1997 to 1999 before I left. That was a whole train wreck of a company. Intel and SAP put in a whole bunch of money, and looking back, yeah, didn't follow any of the rules in the Impossible to Inevitable book.
Right on. We got one from Hibernian Solutions Industrial, and apologies if I butchered that. I'm in machinery sales, not in the tech space. Can the principles in predictable revenue be applied to my sector?
Yeah, it's anytime you have people selling, right? Business to business, and bigger orders, not as a consumer. So consumer tends to be like 1 or 2 calls to close. I mean, if it's bigger ticket, and there's usually maybe multiple people involved with business to business sales. Yeah, and whether you're selling, I don't know, I wouldn't say coupons, but like Q-tips or software. I mean, as long as there's humans involved and there's teams of salespeople selling, the principles can work. Again, no matter who you are, you're gonna have to take them with a grain of salt and say, all right, the book says X, that makes sense, but I'm going to adapt it and do a little bit differently because I'm in a different situation. So it's not about following it blindly. It's ideas and guidelines for what work for other people. It can work for you as long as you apply it in a way that makes sense to your business and your situation.
Perfect.
I feel like, maybe it's the younger ones too, but everyone is busy. We all want this like, oh, just tell me the 7 steps to success so I don't have to think about it. Can you just make it simple for me? Can you just do it for me? We got a last one.
I've got one more. Sarah, you've got one?
Yeah. Aaron, who is your favorite mentor?
Let's see. Well, I mean, I probably have a couple I think of, but I say one of the favorites is John Wooden, who I mentioned wrote a book, called Wooden. Is one of the most influential books towards like my management style and the predictable revenue book. It's about basketball, but he was the winningest. I'm not even a fan of basketball, honestly, but great book. And he was the winningest college basketball coach ever at UCLA. So I still recommend that book. It's a little blue book called Wooden on Amazon.
Cool. Perfect. Thank you. Yeah, we can ask a couple more from the YouTube and viewers elsewhere if there are a couple left, Colin.
Yep.
Cool.
Yeah, and I'll plus one. Wooden. Aaron recommended it a while ago, and it was a great read. And not a huge fan of basketball. Not that I dislike it, but I just don't follow it, and I still got tons of value out of the book and found it really engaging. We got one from Rodrigo. Most companies in Mexico haven't adopted the PR method. They still are old school with one rep doing all the steps, all the process. They haven't specialized yet. What would be the best way to help them make the transition?
Honestly, you have to get the leadership bought into the value of changing. So either one of these books, obviously I mentioned that the predictable revenue book's coming out in Spanish. I'm not sure I can pronounce it correctly. I don't know, Julia, maybe get some help. Or other people who have written or create content, third parties around like why this is the way to go. Because if the leadership isn't bought into it, they're not going to make the changes. And honestly, a lot of companies, they're just not going to change. It's just too much. It's just too much for them. And maybe they felt like they made so many changes in the last year, they can't do anything else. Or maybe there's just so much inertia, they can't change. But I will say that any company who, again, has followed the principles of sales specialization, which really isn't about having just SDR, prospectors and closers. It's really the idea of a sports team. Maybe this will help. Is there any sports team, whether you call it football or soccer, for example, would any coach go out into all the players and say, all right, all of you, I want you to all attack, and I want then all of you to defend? It wouldn't make any sense. So why on a sales team, we tell all the salespeople do all your own prospecting and all your own closing, and maybe even all, customer account management. So between things like the books or content, or maybe there's a metaphor like that to get it through to the executives that if they really want to get better results, they have to make this kind of change if it's in B2B. There are exceptions to, I'm sure, but in general, there really is nothing else that can make a sales team more effective than the specialization model. If you decide to do it and realize it can take, 6 months, again, it's not a 30-day change, but it can transform the sales team and business for the better when you go into it and you go wholeheartedly into it. So it's about people doing fewer things better is the basic principle to it. So Rodrigo, hope that helps.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Aaron. Thank you so much to all of you guys that joined us live here on the AMA. It's really, really wonderful to see faces here with us. It's really cool. And especially because you're coming from all corners of the globe. So thank you so much for joining us. Any of those questions that got missed, I know we did skip ahead through a couple of people who had a second question. Please join us on the Slack community. We've got a link that we'll put in the YouTube channel chat right now. So if you aren't in there because you're here with us in the Zoom, you can hop over there, click that link if you haven't already signed up to be part of our Slack community. And that way you can ask ask Aaron the rest. Well, you can ask Colin too if you want, but you want to ask Aaron the rest of the questions that you have that have not been answered yet, and he can answer them for you in there. But yeah, thank you so much to everybody. We are going to hop over into our break room now. So we'll actually leave a bunch of you guys who are in here live in this Zoom room. And that way, if Aaron has a couple more minutes to stick around, he can answer a couple more questions. But yeah, thanks again, Aaron, so much for the AMA. And thank you to all of you who joined us. And we will see you just in a second here. Live stream, we'll bring you with us. You guys in the Zoom, we'll leave you here.
Right on. Thanks, Sarah.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks
everybody.
Thanks, guys.
I'll stick around for a couple more minutes.
All right, here we go. Follow me, YouTube. Give me a couple
Recording
minutes
in progress.
There we go. Now we're into the break room.
Hello.
Hello, hello, hello.
Hello. Hi, Nadia.
Hey, Nadia, how are you?
Doing great. Can you all hear me well? I'm fearing of my and dreading for my internet connection.
No, sounds good. Sounds good to me.
Yeah, and just a heads up, we are live. We got YouTube following us around, so.
Thanks for
just in case.
Just
Vero
in
comes
case,
on and
exciting.
says something inappropriate, like she always does.
Dude, thank you for telling me. I'm gonna go mute now.
Awesome.
All right. Cool. Good to see you.
Good to see you too. How are you all doing? Is it morning over there?
Yeah.
It is indeed.
Yep.
Awesome. On my end, Friday night, looking forward to wrap up. And tomorrow we're going on a team building, so I'm ready to pack
Nice.
right after our talk.
Right on. Where are you going?
Nice. So fun.
We're going to Turkey, actually. I've been managing a team
Ooh.
for the last 7 months completely remotely. So right now we're going to meet each other finally after so many months.
Very cool.
So cool. That's so fun. Colin, when are you going to send me to Mexico to meet my team?
You want to go to Mexico right now? Do you want to
Maybe not right
do you
now.
want to travel right now? You can go right now or not for another year.
Oh.
I mean, I saw that. Yeah, I've seen like conferences starting to pop up, and I'm like, I don't even know if I want to go to them. Like Canada's in a different spot than the United States is, and so
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, I'm not. Yeah, I
And
don't know.
Europe is doing better too, for sure.
Not sure I want to travel quite yet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Quick housekeeping before I leave you guys to launch into Nadia's session here. I want to remind everybody who is watching right now to join our conversation starter. So don't forget to sign up. We'll drop the link in the YouTube chat so that you can join really easily. You'll be able to set up 12-minute video calls with other participants of this live event and create meaningful connections with like-minded professionals. So this is your chance to get out there, to share your insights and learn from other people. And the exciting part is if 2 or more people from the same company join Conversation Starter, that company will be participating to win an email sequence consultation by one of our in-house experts, and that is worth $5,000 US. So pretty exciting. Please join the Conversation Starter so that you guys can chat about what you've learned, what you have to offer others, and just get to know other like-minded people who are also at the event. But with that, I will leave you guys to it. Thank you so much.
Awesome. Thanks, Sarah.
Thanks, Sarah, so much.
There we go. Let me get, the team made us these beautiful name tags. You can't see them. Oh, and look at that. I got them in the right spot the first click. Perfect. Okay, I'm going to turn your volume up in Streamlabs here because I'm hearing it's a little bit quiet. So can I get a sound check from Nadia?
Yes, definitely. Can you hear me well?
You're still a touch quiet, but I think I'll just turn myself down so everybody else, I'll just balance that out. Everybody else can just turn their speakers up so I'm not destroying everybody else's ears.
Try to speak as loud as I can, although I'm probably going to get thirsty after a couple of seconds.
That's fair. Awesome. I'm super excited about this. I think anytime we get a chance to talk to, we were big fans of the Lemlist team and we've done work together before. I'm interested in this one because you're not just I love talking to people that like write books and people that have courses and people that coach salespeople. But I 150 episodes into our podcast, and the whole idea was I wanted to talk to people that are actually on the front lines, that are the current sales leaders, that are the current sales practitioners. To me, those are always the most interesting conversations, because I want to see, like, what are you doing? What is your superpower? What's working really well for you? And the reason I'm excited, and we're excited about having Nadia on, she's the head of business development at Lemlist, and we'll get into what that is very shortly. But we're going to talk about why you're not just an SDR. And she's got a step-by-step sort of process for, I guess, building pipeline by building relationships. And we're going to talk a little bit about combo prospecting. So Nadia, welcome to the stream. Welcome to YouTube. Thanks for joining us today.
So much, Colin. Really lovely to be here. I'm super excited for this chat today. As you said, we're going to tackle a little bit of some interesting topics today. Just an FYI to quickly introduce myself, Colin made an intro already. I'm Nadia, head of business development at Lemlist, and the power that you kind of mentioned right now, I am on front line, so I'm both full sales cycle and I'm also leading our team. So I'm kind of a combo of a leader and the SDR itself. So I'm the one who can really kind of talk from both perspectives here, which is, I believe, where I can right now kind of bring most value from. Again, to all of our listeners out there, if you're in US, good morning to you all. Grab your coffee, get settled in. I'm really excited to have you all here. And to everybody watching us across the pond, sending love to my European family. Kudos to you for tuning in really on Friday night to kind of take a step towards holding your growth. Really excited to be here. As I said, I've tried to make this presentation as actionable as possible. So basically what we're going to cover today is both kind of the mindset needed of the SDR to build relationships and really become the best asset within the company itself. But also I'm going to show on a really concrete example how I personally am booking my demos, on a really concrete example, how I personally booked a recent one. So a lot of things coming up. Hopefully we're going to have a productive discussion.
Right on. And so where does it start when you start to think about, because you're like, it's so easy to just focus on the number, and it's all about, you know, I'm looking into my sequencer tool, I'm looking at my list, and I'm saying, okay, I've got to add this many new people, I've got to send this many emails and make this many calls. And it's, I find when I'm in that zone, and if I'm doing a cold call list, I like to just batch it all, and I'm going to sit on the phones and I'm going to crush my dials. If I'm doing my emails, I'm going to do my emails. It's so easy to forget that, like, I have this network. If I'm an SDR, I've got this network of individuals I've spoken to, individuals I've connected with. How do you remember? How do you think to, because I always get stuck on that. You know, you get so sucked into Outreach or SalesLoft or whatever tool you're using. And it's like, okay, it almost gives me tunnel vision that I'm like, okay, it's just this is the only way I can book my meeting. And there's nothing else that exists outside of this one single tool that sits in front of me. So how do you break out of that?
Great question. And when you actually start thinking like that, when you're tied to a sequencing tool or any tool at all in general, that's where you lose the power that is in you, which makes you human, which is to build that relationship. So what is actually the difference between technology and human in the first place? It's the ability to be creative, to build the relationship and really find different approaches and different ways to approach either prospects or in general in life. So the way that I'm kind of thinking about it is the moment where you kind of separate yourself from the technology and you start thinking about, okay, how can I use my creativity and my own brain to stand out, break away from the pattern. That's where you as an SDR become most valuable. And at the end, personal brand is where I believe is something that right now, if you want to stand out, there are like millions and millions of SDRs in the world. By building your LinkedIn brand or any brand at all, like if you're not targeting people who are on LinkedIn itself, maybe it's Instagram, maybe it's Facebook, by building your brand, that's where you right now start to become more credible. If nothing else, you're starting to be perceived as a thought leader and you really might make sure to stand out. Alongside with your question that you just asked me right now, one of the kind of core things that Lemlist and the way how we think about it is we always think about, think like a CEO, but act like an SDR. meaning like CEOs are the ones who are, you know, they're going to try and do their best to keep the company running. That's their core mission. So when they go aside of that, they're going to do everything possible. They're going to come up with the new ideas. They're going to come up with the new sources of revenue, new channels, completely breaking outside of the box. So at that moment, when you actually make this happen and you make this switch in mindset, you start thinking how you can stand out and create more of that top of funnel buzz around you as an SDR to generate more inbound leads to yourself without having to rely really on marketing. So about a month ago, Simon, my SDR, and I, we actually really, we started expanding into the US. Our outbound was solely focused so far on European market. So going from there, we actually realized that, okay, one Serbian, one French attacking US market, going after hundreds of Salesforce, SalesLoft, outreach, sales reps. We're going to, and they're multi-million-dollar marketing campaigns. Remember, we are bootstrapped. So meaning that we didn't raise any funds. We're not spending any money on ads. We just refused $30 million investments and decided to stay bootstrapped. So we're right now going these incredible competitors. And if we're going to do only cold emailing, cold calling, and LinkedIn messaging, there's not going to be enough of a difference for us. So we actually decided to kind of create our own YouTube channel and document our entire journey for our audience to see, as these are the things that they're also facing and pain points that they're doing. So right now we're kind of documenting their entire thing for the world. And that's the way that we kind of found a way to stand out.
Very cool. And I know I mentioned SalesLoft and outreach. It was just sort of top of mind. But obviously Lemlist is a tool just like this, but you go quite a bit deeper in terms of like helping warm up domains, managing email deliverability, sending follow-ups, et cetera, all the usual stuff. But I felt it just sort of came out and I was like, wait a minute, catch up, brain. Have a drink of coffee and think about this. Apologies for bringing up competitors on your talk here, but I do like the focus on like Lemlist goes quite a bit deeper, because I mean, I think if anybody's been an SDR for a while, they've probably ran into email deliverability problems, whether you know it or not. I know way more than I would care to know about how email works because we've gone through all those problems.
Yes, definitely. So when you think about it at the end, when you start sending emails, all of the SDRs, they're putting so much effort into personalizing their emails, into doing the research, into making their emails stand out, doing everything possible to really catch the attention of the reader. And what happens is that those emails end up landing in spam, and those emails are never read. So your open rates, if they're below 50%, you immediately know that you have problems with your deliverability. And that's where you kind of start thinking, okay, I need to now send more and more and more, because you're still just limiting the number of people that you're in general reaching. And that's where kind of Lemlist started with. We built this community with more than 15,000 members right now. And we literally noticed that typically when you start warming up your email domain to ensure that you're not going to spam, you're sending these emails to your friends, to your colleagues, and you're just like doing all of this manual work that can be completely automated. So we took our community, 15,000 members, and we took all of our customers, and we created this thing called Lemwarm, which is actually a way for you to right now automatically warm up your domains by using our own customers. So basically, if I were right now to start using Lemlist, I would be sending emails to you who you were using Lemwarm. And basically what will happen is that our customers amongst themselves will be sending emails on the back end to each other. They're going to be automatically replying to those emails in a thread, removing them from spam, marking them as important. And basically you're joining this incredible network of real life domains who are actively sending emails, who are not newly created email addresses. And it literally pushes your deliverability to the top.
I literally took a break from what we were talking about and I sent this to one of our people because I'm like, I know we've been struggling with this. We tried to build a bot, some Python script, I think, that connected into a bunch of inboxes a long time ago to try this, and it went poorly. It actually just tanked everything. So I think there's some special sauce in what you're doing. It's super, super interesting because I mean, yeah, I think we've all had those SDRs that you look and it's like, okay, what you are sending looks reasonable, but your results are not happening. And you check their calls and their calls are good. You check their emails are good. And you're like, what is going wrong? And then you check the deliverability and it's like, oh, you can't send emails. Oh, well, it's like, trying to drive your car without gas.
Exactly. And there are so many things that are actually going to the deliverability issues and deliverability in general that affects it. It's not only the email warm up and the way that you warm up your email. It's not the way that you're also taking care of your email copy. It's so much more than that. It's also the tool that you're using. So if you're able to right now set up your own custom tracking domain, and I'm going technical right now, I don't want to kind of bother the listeners right now with these details, but in general, there are so many things that actually right now affect deliverability. And as we are progressing, we're going to see so much more that right now people are, we saw how LinkedIn right now is getting basically is limiting a lot of users when it comes to number of connections they can send, but it's the same thing happening with the emails. So email providers right now are becoming more aggressive when it comes to spam protection. So we as an SDR, we really need to kind of actually as sales leaders, we need to make sure that within our tech stack, we are enabling our SDRs when they're doing their outreach, this outreach is actually landing in primary inbox.
Totally. I mean, I think, when we started looking at this like 5 years ago, 6 years ago, it used to just be if you were only sending cold emails, deliverability was an issue. And if you were on the parent domain, you're probably okay. And then there have been, I think maybe 3 to 4 major changes in terms of things you need to authenticate, the way that, certain like email providers handle incoming mail and the way that their sort of spam filtering systems work, that now it's gone from something that just, a few people needed to worry about. Like you only needed to worry if you were going that really high velocity approach. And now it seems like something that's relevant to just about everybody.
Definitely relevant to everybody, even companies that are sending like 50 emails per day, if they're not setting up their sequencing tools properly and their own setup, it's going to affect them. And we often, what we see is that companies with, this great track record that existing for like 20 years plus, they think because of their credible company, right now their domains are probably the best ones. But actually, the reality is, in these cases, most cases are that these email addresses are really in a poor shape, and that's where the deliverability needs to come in place.
And I think this it just builds on what you were saying earlier, that if you're so focused, if you're just sucked into your LEM list, if you're in your sales engagement platform and you're not thinking about creatively, that's the word, outside, of that box, you're kind of toast. Because if you do run into something like this, where suddenly your emails aren't going through at quite the rates, and you're sitting there like, okay, well, what do I do now? If you haven't been building that network, if you haven't been focusing on building yourself up as that sort of mini thought leader, if you don't have any awareness on LinkedIn, it's a cold start. Whereas I think what you were saying earlier is like, warm it up and start going, because eventually that's going to start to be a consistent source of meetings for you.
Exactly. And another thing is, whenever we hear, like, I'm constantly talking to sales leaders that come to me and tell me, I'm not doing so much cold emailing. I don't think it's working. It's not working. It's not working. The minute that I ask them, what are your open rates? Did you ever send at any point any cold emailing campaign? And they tell me, yes, I've sent some. Okay, can you please let me know what are your open rates? Their open rates are always around maximum 30%. So no wonder that your then cold emailing is not working, because you're not even reaching the people that you're reaching, and not to even start with the personalization and the copy.
Mm-hmm. In some ways, we're looking at reply rates all wrong, right? Like it's almost, I think from day one, and Aaron, we just talked about it, Aaron's book, it was, you look at like a 9% reply rate. And I think that was of 9% of everybody that was sent an email replied back, right? But now with, email filters and things like that, you almost need to be looking at like, of the percentage of people that opened it, the percentage of people that we think saw your email, because you're not always going to get the mail systems loading that little tracking pixel that will tell you. That's something that's changed quite a bit recently. You almost need to look at it as like a percentage of people that replied that actually received an email.
Exactly. And there's also when you think about the stats of the campaigns itself, open rates, yes, typically like you will see on LinkedIn thought leaders saying that no, open rates really don't matter, the only thing that matters is the reply rate, but at the end open rates are the ones showing you your deliverability. So this is definitely an important aspect. If it's below, it can be improved, first of all. Second, or your data list, basically the list that you have with your contacts maybe might not be clean. However, the reply rates as well, you might get positive responses, you might get negative ones. So is this really the stat that you want to track? That's why at Llamas we currently have the interested stat, with basically you would, every time that you actually get a demo booked or you get a positive reply, that's where you would mark these leads as interested, and that's what you're tracking actually, not the replies, not the open rates. It's actually what drives business your way, basically.
Super interesting. We history of predictable revenue, we started like a lemless competitor years ago, and just we used it internally and we never sort of built it out. And we had this like 3 categories of, you put your templates, we forced everybody to put their templates into 3 categories, and it was like positive, neutral, and negative templates. And just by clicking on a template from there, we were tricking the SDRs into automatically classifying their messages as positive, neutral, negative.
Well, we might steal your ID.
I'll license it to you. You can look at, you have the old code for $1, just so I can say we sold it. I'm curious because, I mentioned at the beginning of this, we wanted to double click on, you're somebody that's actually practicing in sales, and I'm certainly not, especially on a regular basis. So I'm curious if there's anything, what do you wish that you knew when you started out in sales? Like, what do you know now that you wish you knew when you were starting?
Great question, and kind of what I wanted to cover today as well with you. So kind of let's kind of think about the question first. What is, how did I kind of come from, me, Serbian woman, I'm very young, by the way, going from Serbia right now to speaking to a Predictable Revenue webinar. How did this happen? Like me competing against thousands and thousands of different SDRs in the world. And what I would love to kind of pinpoint down is the, first of all, importance of building the brand. And I cannot emphasize this enough. Right now at my sales team at Lemlist, all of us currently have their own KPIs for LinkedIn as a part of our sales team's KPIs. All of us are posting. We are getting more than 1 million views per month, every month, every sales rep, and everybody starts at the beginning, obviously. So they start with like having 4, 5, 6 likes, and then gradually they increase, but it doesn't take so much time. So Simon, one of my SDRs, recently joined in September. From there on, today, he's literally reaching millions of people worldwide. However, the importance of this LinkedIn brand is that it generated for our team not only brand awareness, and it didn't only align us with our marketing team, because we finally were able to understand how they're thinking, how they're working. It enabled us to kind of think outside of the box. And then when you get people talking to you on LinkedIn, you start thinking, okay, maybe I shouldn't be stuck on my sequence. Let's just talk to people. Let's just reach out to them. I saw this comment, let me send them a message. That's where you right now, you're in a position where you're seeing you're helping people. You're seeing that you're really building that brand and buzz around you. So you start talking to them and you kind of free your mind from being stuck on the sequencing, on cold calling, on cold emailing. And it, first of all, gives you so much value. So building a LinkedIn brand, or any brand, if you're Instagram, Facebook, it doesn't matter depending on your ICP. But that was the first thing that I wished I knew earlier, because then I would have started it earlier. Second thing that I did make a mistake in the beginning was definitely having can you believe it? Yes.
How dare you?
How dare I? So obviously when I started off in sales, I switched for marketing. So I obviously had no idea what I'm about to do. So I was kind of playing around, going with my gut feeling. First mistake, I didn't immediately start watching predictable revenue webinars, first of all. So taking that step where you yourself learn by yourself and not wait for your managers, leaders, etc., to kind of give it to you on the plate. That's where you stand out, and that's where it makes a difference for you. And then second of all, I really started immediately going with a typical approach, which is spray and pray, starting to shoot a lot of emails, just trying to get as many demos booked as possible by reaching out to as many people as they could, without actually realizing that this is not the approach that actually converts best, and that by building relationships, you're positioning yourself in a way that you're not only going to get that demo booked or deal signed, you're building a relationship that's going to last for a lifetime. So you're developing your network. You're able to drive so much more from that one relationship, such as intros, such as seeking advice, possibly getting job referrals. There's so much more that you can right now drive from that relationship that is not strictly revenue based, I would say. And then again, obviously the conversions go up. You start to think that all of the people that we are reaching out to are human beings. So even if you're on a C-level, that's also was one of the mistakes that I made. If you're a C-level and you're an SDR, you immediately put yourself in that lower position where you think, okay, I'm not worried, I'm scared, I'm gonna, I don't know how to approach this guy. Fact is, these are all human. We can all talk in the same way. Again, this is also something that for me was really kind of mind-blowing. When you put yourself in a position that you're helping somebody, you're not bothering them, you're not apologizing for bothering them, you're not pinging them and pulling their arms. You're thinking, okay, this guy have this problem, this is how I can help solve it. That's where your mindset changes, and that's how you start approaching people differently. And these are all the kind of small things that I've learned. Not so much actionable right now what I'm sharing, but I'm trying my best.
I mean, I really liked the piece that you mentioned about, I think my takeaway was it's a long game. The second piece you mentioned about thinking about people and thinking about building connections and building your network. And I'm trying to blank on his name right now, but I'll come back to it and I'll see if I can find the episode. But we were talking about, this is a bit of a tangent. We were talking about how to hire a sales leader, right? And his recommendation was hire somebody that's familiar, that's done a similar, the preference is always similar deal size, deal flow, deal structure. So if it's SMB, you're selling to SMB with like a 2-call close, SMB with 2-call close with like a, 15 to 50K, annual deal size. Somebody that's familiar with that sales motion, super valuable. Somebody that's familiar with that sales motion and the customer base, exceptionally valuable. As a sales, I think the logic follows for somebody who's looking for the next sales role, whether you're an SDR trying to get an AE or an AE trying to get a sales management position. That if you've been, and this is how I think it becomes actionable, is if you're a sales development rep, zoom out, look at your career, right? And if you think the next logical step is somebody is selling to a similar audience, then suddenly building your network isn't just something you're doing for now, it's something you're doing for your entire career. It's not just going to help you on this commission check, it's going to help you on that commission check 18 months down the road where you might be a little bit flat and you're trying to build a couple of meetings, or you might be at another company and you're trying to drum up some sales now instead of book some meetings. And so to me, zooming out, and it's realizing it's the long game, because everything you're doing now is going to make you much more valuable for the next role, whether it's internally within your company or it's externally at another company, or it's just selfishly for your next paycheck 12 months down the road. If you plan on staying in this role for a while, it builds and builds and builds. But I think your advice is super actionable. It just requires you to zoom out and realize that this is a profitable activity no matter what way you look at it.
For sure. And there's so many things that right now, from the perspective of the sales leader, right now when we're often SDRs are perceived as undervalued a bit in the organizations. And the fact is, they're the ones who are actually on the first lines talking to the customers. They're the ones who are establishing this relationship with their customers. They're the ones setting up the scene, and they're buying experience. And again, buyers today, they determine whether they're going to buy or not, strictly depending on how their buying experience looked like in the past. So if you, as an SDR, build that first touch, that first relationship that is properly built, let alone it's going to be good for your account executives and your sales leaders who are going to basically took it over. But for you as an SDR, you're going to be representing the company. And at the end, you're going to have that relationship to pull back in the future, and just you're going to have such a great network afterwards that it's going to be enabling you to just expand so much deeper.
Mm-hmm. It was a really, I totally agree. And thanks for building on that. As you were making your third comment, before I jumped in, you were talking about how, as CEOs and, these senior people they're real people. And I was like, yeah, like I remember this. And then my brain went, oh, you're also like CEO right now as well. I can attest I am a real person. And I'm pretty much the same jackass that I was when I started off in sales. But I remember having that sort of cold call fear of I'm calling owners, I'm calling CEOs. From back then, I feel like my experience with the higher you go, the nicer people got. Is this something that resonates with you?
Completely. And personally, when I kind of transitioned into a higher role, I would say, the moment I've done that, the less messages I started receiving. So here that I see happening, that people are often SDRs, they're often going to the other SDRs, to the lower hierarchy bottom-up approach, and they're so afraid to actually reach out to C-level that you start getting less emails than you should be getting in that position. And again, the approach is completely different. So when I was in my SDR role previously, the types of messages that I was receiving were quite more genuine, more normal, I would say, more friendly, the types of messages that I will respond to. Today, I'm receiving, as I'm sure you are as well, a lot of spammy, generic, really unpersonalized, and I would say scared messages where they're trying to personalize, but it's more coming from a position of fear than from a position, okay, I can help you, let's find the common ground, let's see if we can relate. And that's where I feel a lot of deals are getting lost as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I remember having that fear, and now I think back and I'm like, how do you get rid of that fear, right? I think for me, it eventually went away, but I'm also not cold calling. I bet you if I picked up the phone, I'd probably have that for the first, couple of calls. So how did you, like, you've obviously sort of leveled up, and it doesn't seem to impact you that much anymore. What was your journey there like?
I would say that, okay, now I'm coming back to the same thing that I said in the beginning, but I would say for me, the really positioning yourself as a thought leader is where you right now start to be perceived as a thought leader, and eventually you start to believe it. So when you're in a phase where you're getting approached by others, and that's why building a brand is important. You connect with those types of people that you want to connect with in the first place. You start to kind of gain trust in yourself. And it takes practice as well. It takes time. As you said, like it's in the beginning, if you're an SDR, it's normal to be scared. It's normal to not, have the same energy and same confidence that you would have later on. But it's also the mentality of the SDR. Not everybody was built for sales. I have my teammate, Irina, who just joined us a couple of months ago. And the first time that she did the practice demo, she literally cried. Which was, the moment where you feel, okay, this is a newly created SDR who has this fear. How can we help overcome that? And I feel it's really dependent on the managers and on the sales leaders, how you handle these types of things. So obviously, if you're going to be, if you're going to have your SDRs or your SDR manager coming to you and then, telling you that you need to step up and you're going to get fired, that's not the position where you want to be in when you're starting off as an SDR, anytime actually. So like really having that confidence from your manager is what I think also sets some parts aside.
Right on. I just finished reading this book yesterday that you reminded me of when you were talking there. By Katie Milkman. It's called How to Change. And they were talking about how you sort of got more, how individuals in specific roles got more confident. And as I was listening to it, I was thinking about SDRs, right? And salespeople, just because it's definitely a confidence issue, or at least it certainly was for me in the early days. There's so many things that I would do a whole lot differently just because I'm more confident. I don't think I'm any better at sales than I was, a few years ago. I might know a few more people, but there's certainly a whole lot more confidence. And one of the things they talked about was in terms of like building confidence was advice groups. Was when you give somebody else advice, you're more likely to follow that advice, and then you start believing that. And I can say just from personal experience, having run a podcast of interviewing 150 sales leaders, at the very beginning, I didn't know what the hell I was doing. I didn't know how to podcast, and I was interviewing all of these people. Like, I'd been in sales for 10 years and I was interviewing all these people, and I'm like, I have no business being on this podcast. Like, I don't know anything. And 150 episodes later, I'm a very different person when it comes to that. I've had a bunch of different conversations. So I'm curious, does any of that resonate with you? You starting a podcast next?
Our YouTube channel has just hit off. It's been and as I said, like this is kind of where I feel the most important part in general, like when you're an SDR, is really to kind of think outside of the box and try to find your own approach, your own voice. One of the ways that we've done that, me and Simon, is building this YouTube channel, and we just hit it off. It's gonna be like a challenge for us, definitely. I'm not a YouTuber, let's be fair here. So I didn't have even a YouTube app about a month ago until I actually started my YouTube. So this is something where I'm completely getting kind of out of my comfort zone. But this is kind of what you do to actually be able to grow and to really learn and improve yourself as a person at the end.
Right on. And we were talking about building confidence, and obviously, it's super helpful to have that confidence, but that confidence, unless you put it into action in terms of in turn it into booking meetings, doesn't really, I mean, it's helpful. It's obviously helpful, but in terms of on your commission check, it doesn't mean anything. I want to talk to you a little bit about how you book demos, and we were going to talk maybe a little bit about combo prospecting. So first, maybe tell us about what is combo prospecting, and then how does it translate into booking demos?
We had a plan to kind of right now for our today's talk to kind of do a little bit of a presentation, but we kind of went over our goals. So I'm going to actually just go straight. Give me a second. I want to share my screen here if possible.
Yep.
So I'm kind of walk you, because we're not going to have a lot of time for this. So I'm going to kind of walk you through the way that I personally kind of book my demos. And I'm going to use an example of a demo that we recently booked with a unicorn company and why right now, again, building LinkedIn brand is really important. So what happened when we started off at Lemlist is we were kind of thinking, okay, we need to, you're always tempted to scale your outreach. So what you do is you tend to kind of start with personalization, but then you stray away and then you start scaling and then it goes completely sideways. I think the biggest problem when you start personalizing and sending out LinkedIn or email messages is that you start immediately thinking how to scale without really thinking about your ICP and how to properly connect with them. Mm-hmm. So on an example that I recently had, one of my demos actually got, we are getting a lot of demos booked through our LinkedIn posts. So what we've done is I've actually created a cold emailing, I've created a LinkedIn post with a cold emailing hub that literally featured hundreds of our sequences that our own customers wrote that generated incredible results. And this post itself generated so much engagement that it got 400 really highly qualified ICPs coming to my inbox in DM, directly messaging me, asking for the access to this hub. One of these people that came to me was an SDR from Deal. Really amazing company that I've been following for a long time now. They've managed to grow 20xing their revenue in the last year, going to 2 rounds of funding, just became unicorn about a month ago. And I've been following this company, and obviously right now, this is kind of the mindset of the SDR. When you see somebody growing rapidly, you want to go ahead and shoot them a message ASAP to get a demo booked and actually bring in the client to the company. However, at that moment, before we started talking, I didn't have anything relevant to really tie myself as the reason that I'm reaching out. So I kind of laid low and I waited for a kind of perfect opportunity to actually approach this person. So the moment that Charles, this amazing SDR, came to me, he asked for access to the cold emailing hub. And what typically happens is that SDRs, when they see this highly qualified ICP that is, strictly within your audience, I see Sarah is joining. Probably she's gonna cut us off here.
No, keep going.
But in general, typically what SDRs tend to do is they immediately go for the pitch and they start, okay, this is what can help you with, what it is that you're struggling with. Oh, we can help with our product. So Charles actually shared that his problem was writing genuine cold emails, which is actually something that Lemlist helps solve. So at the end, I didn't go straight away with an ask. I kind of laid low. I started building the relationship. And the way that I did it is that we actually really talked to our ICP in a way that you would be talking to a human being and your friend. I like to, when I'm coaching my team, I always think about it, like think about outbound as if it's like dating. So if you like somebody, you wouldn't go ahead straight to them and ask them, hey, you want to go out? You would ask them at the end, okay, you would first start to build that relationship, find the common ground, find the common interest. And only when the relationship is actually built, you would go with an ask, which is, you know, take a look at my product or let's go out. So the moment that Charles actually started talking to me, I didn't go straight away with an ask. I actually started kind of talking to him genuinely, asking questions that were addressing his points, and it gave me room to actually be able to right now go ahead and build that relationship, address his own pains. And when I say like leading with value in general, that term is so much mentioned so often that I feel like right now SDRs are just starting to shove company content down prospects throats. They're just like sending it without even being asked if they wanted to see that. So what does leading with value actually means? It means that right now you're discovering through your conversation what your ICP's pain actually is and how you can help solve it. And it doesn't have to be throughout your product. It can be Charles shared that he's struggling with some lead gen part of his sequence. So I helped him out with this part. And eventually we ended up talking so that we built this relationship where I was now able to ask for an intro to their head of sales, which he obviously made. After the intro was made, now Ilana, who I reach out to, she tells me that she already has been following my content. She's already like following me on LinkedIn, which is right now the importance of LinkedIn brand, and engaging with them in that way as well. She points me straight away to their SDR manager. We hop on a call. We do an incredible demo. We follow up afterwards, and I follow up with them with a personalized video. So this is me being a full sales cycle where I kind of go through all of the segments of the sales process, and where you see that you right now need to kind of extend that relationship throughout the journey. So I ended up like then following up with a personalized video using Drift and Lemlist at the end. So what happened is that at the end, this deal didn't go through. Deal actually was a company that had a really strong relationship with their own vendor. And even though they did like Lemlist and they did see which pains they can help solve it, they decided to stay with the current vendor just because of the relationship. And this is kind of goes to prove why relationship at the end has much more longer lasting effect than just, you sending out an email straight away.
Mm-hmm. Super helpful. I really like and I'm trying to bring it to a close here because we've got about 2 more minutes. And so I do want to get to maybe any key takeaways, if you wanted to highlight a couple ideas, because there's only so much information we can all grasp. And I'm sure, if people are on YouTube, they're clicking in, they're clicking away, they're checking their email, they're maybe hitting a couple of things in Lemlist to, respond and send a couple of dials. So what would be some highlights, some things, some ideas that you would highlight from our conversation now, just as like nice tight reminders?
Definitely. So first of all, from where we started, if you're an SDR or a sales leader, take a look at your deliverability, because if that's not in proper place, all things are going to go sideways. But from a kind of a personal perspective, if you're an SDR, really take ownership of your own growth and take ownership of your own career path by focusing on your own brand and how you can right now develop your network. When you're reaching out to people, really make sure that you're qualifying well, that your messages are not feeling generic, that you're really building that friendly relationship with your prospects. Do not focus on volume. Try to build in any way possible your credibility, and then do something to really stand out, because today millions and millions of SDRs are targeting the same ICP as you are. So do not kind of stick with that template that your manager gave to you. Do not stick with the workflow that manager gave to you. do your job, but think outside of that and try to think how you personally can scale it for your own good at the end.
So number one advice as a sales manager is ignore your sales manager. This is what I'm hearing.
I would say so. That's what does every single day.
Perfect. With that, let me add back into the conversation Sarah, one of our sales development managers.
Yeah.
What do you think about
Honestly,
that?
I actually love that. That's so true. And it's something that I do try to encourage my people to do is like, yes, we have what we've given you that is like theoretically a more tried and true method, but in reality, there's no such thing in outbound because it changes so frequently. So thinking outside of the box, going and learning from webinars like these, listening to people like you, Nadia, and then taking the idea and being like, okay, how can I apply this to my ICP, my, product, service, whatever, and then trying to develop your own voice, your own strategies from there is so important. That thing is the thing that sets apart the top performers from the low performers. It's not doing what your manager tells you and doing it like doing more. So your manager tells you to do 100 calls and you do 200 of those same calls isn't really the thing that's going to set you apart. But if you're doing those 100 calls that you're supposed to do, so you're playing by the rules and then you're breaking them and you're going off and find something else, that is what really sets apart great SDRs.
And I love to be challenged and I love to be proved wrong. So whenever that happens, like you as the manager, you want to be proven wrong because if you're wrong, you want that to be pointed out to you as soon as
so that you can pivot to that new strategy that somebody's found. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, couldn't agree more.
But you're never wrong, Sarah.
Sure.
Cool. Nadia, thank you so much for joining us. I really appreciate it. If people want to get in touch with you, or if they're, if they want to find out more about this Lemlist thing, about the email deliverability, the domain warming up piece, what's the best way for them to get in touch to find out?
My LinkedIn is always the easiest way for you to reach out, or reach us out on Lemlist website. Our support team is there for you all the time. But again, my LinkedIn profile, I think, is the safest bet as I'm constantly active there. So feel free to connect with me. I'm always happy to help and give you insights both on LinkedIn profile branding and also on cold emailing part and how to do and build relationships properly.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. And I'd love if you could jump in the YouTube and throw your LinkedIn there so people can connect with you.
Definitely. I will do that right now. Just give me a second. Do you want me to put it right now in the...
Yeah, that'd be great.
Yeah, that works. We can always pop it there if you pop it in the chat for us.
Perfect.
Thank
I'm going
you.
to throw the schedule up so everybody can get a glance at what's coming up next, because we have Colin Cadmus. Also spells his name correctly.
So sorry guys, this was me completely.
That's all right.
That's okay.
I'm putting here in our chat and I hope you can all hear me well now.
Perfect.
Awesome. Yeah, great. Thank you so much, Nadia. Yeah, wonderful session. I learned so much from you as a manager myself, and yeah, can't wait to check out more of your stuff, more of your content on LinkedIn. We'll throw up the schedule. We'll hop over to our next Zoom room. So Nadia, will leave you here. Thank you so much again.
Really lovely pleasure talking to you all. Hope this was actionable. Enjoy the rest of your day and good luck everybody with your webinars and your speeches today.
Thank you, and enjoy your Turkey trip.
Yeah, thank you so much. Bye guys.
Bye.
All
All right.
In the next room,
Let's hop
Sarah.
over. Yeah.
Let's go. Yeah, I just cut Sarah off. Thanks, YouTube, for following me around.
Recording in progress.
There we go. And the only guy in sales that spells his name correctly. Hey, Colin, how are you? We can't hear us. Can't hear us yet. There he is. How you doing, man?
There.
Hello. Nice t-shirt.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
I can't hear you. Why
can't hear
can't
us?
I hear you? Let's see.
I can hear Sarah.
Yes, I can hear.
I've got my audio on. Are you on mute? No.
No.
This is that like
I'm
you
not
and I can
hearing
hear
you.
each other, right, Sarah?
Yes. Yeah, I can hear you.
Is anyone else in here? Can anyone else talk? See if I can hear anyone.
It's just us.
Hi.
That's not very
You hear
helpful.
me?
I can hear you.
Hey, Colin.
Hey, dude.
You hear me? I don't hear you. Am I supposed
Okay.
to hear you?
Yes. Okay.
I do not hear
will
you.
Type.
Can everybody in YouTube relate to this conversation we're having right now?
How about now?
Hey,
Hello, can you hear us?
There you guys are.
Nice.
Sorry about that.
That's okay. Yeah, that's the joys of working remote, virtual conferences. Yeah,
I'm working
totally
with a lot of
relatable.
new equipment here. Today's a little bit of a test run for me, testing out some new stuff here. So
Nice. Well, sounds great.
great. No, I had one volume thing
Quality.
set down. I didn't realize I have a separate adjustment for your volume versus mine. So we're good now.
Okay.
Gotcha.
There you go.
Colin, it's
Very
good to see
fancy.
you. I'm going to fade into the background and let Sarah take over here.
Sounds good.
Right on.
Thank you, Colin. And thank you, Colin Cadmus, for joining us. Really excited to have you. Nice t-shirt, I will say.
Thank you.
Got our Own Your Growth t-shirts on. Really excited to have you here, Colin. And you've actually played quite an influential role in my journey as an SDR, because I've been following you as a thought leader in the sales space since I very first joined Predictable Revenue. And so it's really a pleasure to get to speak to you live today. For those of you guys who are joining us on the YouTube, if you don't know, Colin Cadmus is the founder at Colin Cadmus LLC. He is a lifelong salesperson and has spent 8 years building and leading high velocity SaaS sales teams. He shares daily sales and leadership tips on LinkedIn, which is, of course, where I found him originally and the kind of beginning of the value that I got from Colin. And he is known for his tendency to talk straight through the BS. So I'm really excited to get to talk to you today, Colin, about how to prospect through 2021 and beyond.
Likewise. Well, thanks so much for having me. Hopefully everyone's in here. It's always strange speaking when I can't see the audience. So I just hope that everyone can hear me. And if they can't, that they'll let you know. But thanks so much for great. And thank you for the intro. I think I'll probably be speaking for about 30 minutes, but if I end early, we'll take some questions in here. If not, I'll be in the Slack afterwards. Great intro. A quick summary of me. So I spent the last 10 years in sales leadership, building and scaling SaaS sales teams. Started in 2012 at a company called Single Platform. I had spent 4 years prior to that working for CVS as a retail manager and wasn't super happy, didn't really love my job. And anyway, started from scratch and got into SaaS and really found something that I was great at and something that I loved and enjoyed doing. Since then, I've hired about 300 salespeople. We've done over 50 million in recurring revenue and about 300 million in acquisitions, just to give you a sense of my background. And when COVID started, I left my company and started advising, consulting, started a podcast. And what leads us here today is interesting because when you guys asked me to speak, it was a given for me what topic I would speak on, which is the broken SDR model, modern prospecting. And as I was putting together my outline for this, I realized the first time that I spoke publicly about the SDR model being broken or really about anything related to this was with Aaron. It was about 2 years ago on the Predictable Revenue podcast. And I dove into this topic saying the SDR model is broken. And it was an interesting topic to speak about with Aaron because he wrote Predictable Revenue, right? He literally wrote the playbook that everyone's following today. And so I'll do a quick recap of what we spoke about then. But if you didn't see it, you can go back and watch the full episode. And then I'm going to dive into how that led me down the path of what we're going to talk about today. And so about 2 years ago, it's when I started to notice that the SDR process was just not working really the way that it originally did, 10 plus years ago when Aaron wrote this book. And we discussed the implementation or the rollout really of a lot of different automation technologies, Salesloft, whatnot, outreach, right? And what this did is it kind of took this brilliant process that Aaron created and it helped people automate a lot of it. And what I'm seeing today, and we've seen this just continue over the last 3 years, or really probably 3+ years, quota attainments are down, right? People are having lower success rates on emails, phone calls, all of these sorts of things. And why is everything declining? Well, when something good comes along and people start doing more of it, it's no longer as good because it's not as interesting. It's not as new. And so the more technology you build around trying to automate a process and help people to execute that process faster, now you have more of that process being done every single day at the same time while it's spreading around to a lot more sales teams. And so the effectiveness of a lot of the prospecting tactics that people have been using over the last 5, maybe even 10 years have started to decline. And so we have things like technology that's blocking your cold calls, right? Things that's blocking your cold emails. I'm calling them spam because half of them actually are. And we'll dive into that. And so that's high level what we talked about on that episode. And since then, particularly as I've started consulting and working with other companies, I've been focused on how do we fix this problem? what can we do about it? Most importantly, what can I do about it? Because I realized I spent a lot of time ranting and complaining about it, particularly on that podcast, but I want to do something to change it. And I got really frustrated with the volume of emails and messages that I'll receive on LinkedIn, in my inbox, whatever. And it just seems that all these salespeople, majority of them, are very misguided. They are very frequently dropping a pitch along with a scheduling link. They're literally trying to complete almost half the sales process in one cold message. And it's insane. This is spam, and people are sensitive to it. And I believe high level that if we keep abusing the privilege and the right to reach out to people cold, it's only going to get harder to do, and they're going to do a better job at blocking us. And we've already seen that happen. You turn on your phone now and you can literally shut off calls from unknown numbers. You can just turn them off. That's really bad for us, right? And if we keep doubling down on automating and trying to just solve the problem with more volume, the problem really just gets worse. And we're going to be stuck in a place where we're really not going to be able to cold prospect someday. I think that. And so I decided to put together a course, and the idea of this course, and we're going to go through high level some of the topics here today, but it's way too much to fit into one 30-minute session. But the high level, the idea of the course is that we bring together a community around this topic, around modern prospecting. This is the specific topic we'll focus on. I'm creating lectures and modules that will go through everything that we'll talk about today, but in detail. And that will be something that we'll keep adding to it over time. So if you join the course, you're in it for life, and then you get to stay up to date on this type of stuff, and we can collaborate, work together as a community to help to continue to try to stay ahead of the curve, rather than continuing to just double down on things that we know are having declining performance. So what is the problem, right? The problem is essentially that sales automation technology has kind of turned prospecting into marketing. And I'll say that again, right? Sales automation technology has turned prospecting into marketing. If you have a team of 50 SDRs that are researching data and loading it, into templates and putting in a little merge field that they snipped out of someone's LinkedIn, that's not really personalization, right? You're really just putting merge fields into a mass marketing message that a marketing team could do for a fraction of the dollar. And so that makes me nervous when I start to see that we've gotten so far into automation that we've actually moved so far away from actually being humans. And that's where I think that we're going wrong. And so sort of the agenda here is with this course is to help us get back to finding the right balance between human and automation. I'm not saying get rid of automation. I'm not preaching that. But we're using it wrong, and we're using too much of it, and we've removed the human. And that's where I think that we have opportunity in this year and beyond. And we've tested a lot of these theories and they work. So that's what we'll dive into. Okay, let's see. So you probably say at this point, I covered a little bit, but your process works, right? You might be saying to me, but Colin, I don't know, I would sign up for this course, start some whole new thing, but things are working, right? Maybe the results are declining a little bit, and it's very slow over time, that decline. And that's why I'm worried about it. I'm trying to look at the big picture, but hey, do I really want to tear apart everything that I'm doing today and try to make some big change? And so I thought a lot about that as I put this together. And what I came up with is that I want to do something that's supplementary to what you're already doing. In order for people to adopt a change, I think we can't change everything all at once. And if I said, go rip out your whole process today, our revenue would stop for 6 months while we test and figure things out, right? It would be messy. And so you never want to do that. And so what I've put together, and I'm still working on putting together, but we'll overview today, is a program that you can take, let's say 10 to 20% of your top accounts. Okay, call them your key accounts. And you can remove them from, or not remove them, but you can delay putting them into your regular process and put them through this for 30 to 90 days prior to doing your regular outreach, whatever you would normally do. And the idea here is to try to humanize the prospects, warm them up, and get them to become a little bit familiar with you. And we'll walk through ultimately what that looks like today. So I've broken this down really into 3 parts. So the goal here is we want to, 1, create awareness. Okay. Number 2, we want to generate engagement. And number 3, we want to align on a problem. So I'll say that again. All right. Modern prospecting is creating awareness, generating engagement, and aligning on a problem, all before you do a cold outreach or suggest a meeting or a demo. Now imagine that, right? Someone gets an email from a random person, a company they've never heard of before, saying, hey, my company does X, Y, and Z. I'd love to tell you about it. Click this link and I'll take 30 to 40 minutes of your time. right? Versus someone who maybe you've kind of seen them around on social media. You've had a couple interactions, perhaps in some comments. Maybe there was a DM where you went kind of off, into private land to talk about something that you were talking about on social, right? These different types of things can actually start to warm up prospects so that when you do reach out to them, A, it's not a cold message. B, you don't even have to pitch them because you're already into a topic. You're already into a conversation that maybe has nothing to do with what you're selling. And that's even better way to start talking to them because their guard's down and you're not a salesperson. You're not just someone talking to them. So, excuse me. Those are the three things that we'll dive into here. So we want to create awareness, generate engagement, and align on a problem, all before attempting to schedule a meeting. And again, if you're in an SMB environment, you're probably going to want to do this with your top 10% accounts, right? You have too many accounts. If you're in an enterprise environment, you may want to do this with all of your accounts. You may have enough time. The list may be small enough. So that stuff is going to be up to you to figure out how to manage that time management process. Ideally, you're putting as many of your accounts as possible through something like this, rather than just dumping them into what I'm referring to as essentially your marketing campaign that you're running. Okay, so let's talk about creating awareness. So how do we do this? Well, first of all, the lowest hanging fruit in this entire program is social media. So first and foremost, when you're thinking about this, when you're looking for prospects and you're creating those lists, you really want to be trying to look for people or companies who are active on social. It's going to make this all light years easier and light years less expensive. Okay. There are ways that we can do it without social. I'm not going to cover a lot of them today because they're not going to be as common and they're definitely more expensive, but we'll cover some of that stuff in courses as well, because not everyone's on social. Right. And I get that, but just a little note there, something to think about that if your direct contact isn't on social, that doesn't mean that someone else in the company isn't. Doesn't mean you can't potentially use this process and look for a different entry point into that company. Okay, so those are things to consider as well. All right, so we want to create awareness. So what I've always liked to do, if you have the resources here, I highly suggest partner with your marketing team on this initiative. This is something that you're going to be able to do so much more effectively if you have those resources. If not, that's okay. You can do it yourself. But if you have a marketing team and you're going to do this, you should really work together on it. If you're not, you're just wasting those resources. And so creating awareness is what it's doing is it's allowing you to subconsciously remove the fact that they have no idea who you are or why you're reaching out. Right. And you become familiar. And so, every brand in the world that we know today, they spend millions of dollars on awareness, right? Coca-Cola, McDonald's, all of these companies. And we know of them just because we've seen them every day, all the time. Right. And they want to stay relevant. They want to stay top of mind. So when it comes to marketing, sales, awareness is the number one first thing you really want to worry about. Okay. People need to be aware of you. Look at companies like Predictable Revenue, Gong, Salesforce, right? Who have done such an incredible job. There's no one on Gong's team, I would imagine, that's very often reaching out to someone who doesn't know who they are. And that makes their job a lot easier, right? Now, you could say, well, Gong has this incredible marketing team. Okay, that's an excuse, okay? Because there's things that we can do on our own. And so try to partner with marketing if you have it. It doesn't need to be a big budget, but if you have those resources, that's good. I'll give you a quick example of something we did in my last company to create awareness. And so this was pre-COVID, so people were still commuting to the office, and we had this idea to target a certain amount of accounts. We were essentially testing the waters on a lot of these theories here, partner with marketing. And what we did was we mapped out these accounts actually on a physical map. And we said, we're going to do New York City. We're going to focus on all accounts here in New York City that we want to go after. And we're going to find where their offices are located. And then we're going to look at the subway maps and we're going to see what their commute to work is. And the beauty of New York City, or really anywhere for driving, same thing, California, you get the billboards, right? But New York, you have everyone riding on the subways and there's advertisements all over the place. And we said subway ads would be great. If you live in New York, you know how cool they are. If you see your brand in the subway, that's a lot of fun, but they're too expensive. And so we didn't do it. But we found out there's phone booths outside of the subway stations and no one really uses them anymore. So the ads on them were very, very cheap. And we're also selling a phone system. So it kind of made a lot of sense. So what we did is we covered every single phone booth with our ads that were located directly outside of the stops near all of these prospects' offices, so that when they were going to work for the next 30, or I think we did it for 60 days, they were probably going to see our brand and some messaging. And this was subconscious. We weren't expecting them to take action on this. We weren't expecting them to go to the website. Of course, you had a link and stuff on there, but it was really just to create some brand awareness. Now, finance folks out there might be saying, Colin, how do you test all this stuff? You don't. So if you're asking for me to tell you how you're going to prove all this works, you can't get that specific. At the end of the day, you can see what your sales are, right? You can see what your pipeline looks like after doing something like this and get a sense. But not all of this is going to be super measurable when you start to get into things like awareness, because it is so subconscious, right? McDonald's doesn't know how many of their commercials got you to buy that McChicken. They just know they spent X and they earned Y. Right. And if those numbers work out, they're like, okay, we're probably doing something right. So you want to get creative here, right? So that's an example of getting creative and thinking outside of the box. We were not using social media there, right? It doesn't mean that we couldn't have, but this was an idea that we had and it fit within our budget. So we did it. So after you create awareness, again, that's just one example. We're going to go through in this course is going to be an ever building list of these types of ideas. We'll reach to the community as well to find more of them, right? So let's talk about generating engagement. So first, you're creating awareness. You just want them to be familiar with your brand, and it doesn't have to be your company brand. It could be you, right? It could be the Colin Cadmus brand or whoever you are, right? Ideally, they're familiar with both. That's even better. Okay. But after you've gotten to that point, and that might take 30 days, it might take 60 days to do that. You may also not know, did it work? Are they aware? Are they ready? And you have to kind of test out the timing of all these things until you're getting results that you like. But after that, we want to start to generate some engagement. So we've created some awareness. The objective now is to just figure out a way to get them to react to something, whether it's something as blatant as, asking them a question in a comment, or something where you're maybe posting on a topic that they posted about passionately recently, and you're tagging them in it because you saw their post and you want to ask them about it, right? Little things like that, right? So try to create that engagement and try to have some sort of interaction with them, because this just sort of takes that subconscious rapport to the next level. Now you've actually had some sort of back and forth. And what that does is it opens the door. Now the door is potentially open. Again, I'm not saying it's going to work every single time, right? But if you can get this to work on a handful of your top accounts each quarter, it can make a big difference. And it allows you to stop driving people crazy, your top accounts. It allows you to take a humanized approach before you put them into your non-human, non-personalized automation, right? That we all say is personalized, but we know it's not. If we knew it was personalized, I asked you, who are the last 10 people you emailed in SalesLoft? You don't know, because it happened on its own, because you're not doing it personally, right? And so we can't fake personal. We faked it for a little while, but people know what's going on now. So we just can't get away with that as easily anymore. And look, if we just back up, like my thought process here was, let's just back up and not try to overthink it. And maybe if we stop trying to think how to game the system, we actually just think about how to do things the right way and take our time, it works, right? And it actually works. You may have seen Jason Lemkin on my last podcast. I did a season there, and I used this tactic to get him on the podcast. I had reached out to him cold a couple times a long time ago to try to set up some sort of event. No answer. Busy guy, right? I finally took this approach. So let me start engaging with this guy. He's posting so much content. And I engaged in everything that I saw. And eventually he reshared one of my posts. And I'm like, wow, there is the engagement. I created the awareness. I generated the engagement. And then when I was finally ready to launch a podcast, I was able to reach out to him, and it wasn't a cold message. And he said, yes, let's do it. That was it. That was all he had to say. And it happened in one night. Right. And so it's not a sale, but it's the same type of thing. It's still prospecting, and it's still reaching out to someone where you're asking for their time. You're asking for something from them. You have to try to make that more organic. If you're just being as cold as you are with it, the results aren't going to get any better. And like I said earlier, they will continue to get worse. If you don't think so, just think about how passionate people are about blocking spam, that don't like it. I got pitched a product the other day that's actually going to go into your inbox and tell people who are not in your contact list that if you want to get into your inbox, you can make a $20 or $100 donation to my charity of choice, right? There's things like this coming up everywhere, and they're good products because people don't want the spam. So as salespeople, we can just continue to double down on it and say, our results are down. We need to send 20% more emails next week. That's how we're going to solve the problem. No, that's how you're going to delay the problem. Okay. Solve the problem by taking a step back. Say, hey, we're going to take 10 to 20% of our accounts, the best ones, and we're going to take our time on them. And if we have to lower our forecast for the next quarter while we make this adjustment, we're going to do that, because net what we're doing today is not sustainable and it's not going to last forever. Okay. So now you've created some engagement. Ideally, you've had some sort of interaction with them. Again, not going to work on everyone, right? It's just like making 100 cold calls. Like, they don't all work. The idea is that enough of them work. So once you've gotten to that point, you've now created some awareness. You may be 90 days into this by now, maybe 60 days, maybe 30. Okay. You've created some awareness. You've had some sort of engagement. It doesn't really matter what it was, but there was some sort of an acknowledge, even if they just liked your comment, something silly, but there's something there. You now have an open door to make some contact with them, right? Off the comment section or something, right? So now is where you really want to try to make that contact. But, and I'm going to be very clear here, this is not where you're trying to schedule a meeting. This is where you still have to get that out of your head. Your objective here, and you kind of want to change your mindset on prospecting entirely and just stop thinking about your mission to schedule meetings and start thinking about your mission to find people who acknowledge they have a problem that you can solve. Think about that. If I'm just calling anyone, just trying to book a meeting, am I really trying to help people? How could I be? I don't know they have a problem, right? It's like, I have a cure for cancer that's better than chemo. Great, but not great if I just go around injecting in everyone without knowing if they have cancer, right? So it's essentially what salespeople are doing today with this mass marketing and all of this, schedule a meeting with me before I even ask 2 questions about you or about your situation. So make your first objective, or really your only objective, to find people who align on a problem, okay? And you can ask them how they're currently handling X, Y, and Z, or you can ask them if they've ever had an issue with this, or you could tell them that you're having a problem with this, or someone is, and ask for their feedback on it, things like that, right? And find alignment on a problem. Then and only then does it make sense to schedule a meeting. And in most cases, if you do this right, the meeting's kind of scheduled itself. It's just a matter of picking the date and time, right? At that point, if they've aligned on a problem, you could potentially solve it. You've built rapport, you've generated awareness, all of these things. At this point, it's just kind of a no-brainer to sit with you and maybe hear out what you have to say about that problem. And so that's the concept, right? Create that awareness, generate that engagement, align on a problem, and then let things happen organically. Just let those meetings book themselves. All right. So that's the summary, essentially, right? It's creating that awareness, generating that engagement. And then when these steps are created properly, right, that's where the guard's going to come down. And that's the secret sauce here, because when you're jumping into someone's inbox cold, the guard is up. They know you're selling. The chances of getting through that guard nowadays, it's just so much smaller than it ever has been. And so we have to do things to warm that type of stuff up. And so another piece that I'll throw in here, because I think we've got some time, I'm going to also be looking into different tools. So in this course, we'll also talk about different tools, and we'll do reviews of things that come to the market so that you can stay up to date on that type of stuff. It's constantly changing. The first one we'll be talking about is CoSell. I have recently partnered with CoSell.io. If you haven't checked them out, it's going to be game changing. I'm so excited at the timing of being able to just include this in this, because they've literally built a platform. Just imagine, right? Imagine you could connect your Salesforce or your CRM to a third-party platform, and all of the salespeople in the world can do that as well. And we can see our overlaps. And I have 20 accounts that I'm trying to get in touch with. But meanwhile, Julia at Predictable Revenue has already a relationship with one of them, and they're a customer. And I have a relationship with Julia. So maybe we can now talk and figure out a way to have the best of both worlds. And I can get some sort of an introduction. Perhaps I can return the favor to her. And all of a sudden, salespeople at different companies start working together, hence the name CoSell, right? So that plays perfectly into everything I'm trying to do here, right? Because it's allowing you to get your foot in the door without having to spam people, okay? And again, it doesn't mean I'm against cold outreach. I'm an advocate of it. I've done it my whole career. But you can't be irresponsible with it. And that's what I feel it's turned to with this automation, is we just have essentially no respect for people's inboxes. But then we're asking them to give us respect and show us 30 minutes of their time and buy something and hear us out. It's very hypocritical. It's very contradictory. And I think that we can make a dent in the problem by humanizing the process, at least for your 10 to 20, top accounts, or 10 to 20% of your top accounts. Yeah, that is it. If we have some time, I'm happy to take some questions here.
Absolutely. Very interesting. Yeah. I love that, the idea of that approach as well, making it manageable. As you said, it's not this total shift that everyone has to drop what they're doing and change entirely. It's totally manageable. This is something that every rep listening now, or every manager, every sales leader can implement tomorrow, and it have no impact. As you're saying, if what you're doing is working, Don't stop. Fine. Keep the meetings coming in, keep the revenue coming in that way, but start to make this shift, because eventually, and probably sooner than what we think, it's not going to work. Like it might be working, but it won't. So yeah. Really,
and look at your numbers, right? Because I think there's probably some sales orgs on this call even who are maybe not having any problems, and perhaps their metrics have not declined over the last few years. But I urge you to look at that trend over the course of years, because you may not notice it month over month over month, right? But when you go back and you say, wow, 5 years ago, our connect rate, right? And then you start to make those forecasts of what that does to you 5 years from now, 10 years from now. But the problem is your financial models are not taking any of that into account. So if we're band-aiding these situations and we're not taking a step back and trying to think, how do we reset here a little bit, right? The industry has just gotten a little bit out of control. And you know, it's just funny in this industry. There's so many thought leaders. There's everyone, you know, has something to say, but it seems like generally we all just follow the same suit. And maybe that's because the thought leaders are really good. I mean, obviously huge kudos to Aaron, right? And getting, you know, making that initial trend. But I get a little bit scared when we move so fast and we all just follow what other people are doing, right? My post on LinkedIn today was about CS owning revenue, upsell, and things like that. It's like another trend that everyone just sort of does it. It's not perfect. And very few people ask, why are we doing it this way? And so hopefully today we can stir up some minds and get some people thinking about the long-term picture here.
Yeah, absolutely. And guys, please pop your questions in the chat if you have them so that we can get them answered. I do have a question though, Colin.
Sure.
So when you've gotten through the awareness phase, you've gotten through your engagement phase, you're having that one-to-one conversation with this person. As you mentioned, you kind of chat about aligning on a pain first, and then you can position yourself as a potential solution to that pain. How do you... I would be afraid of doing the like bait and switch. If I say like, how are you solving this problem today? Or like, oh, a colleague of mine is having this issue, or someone I know is having this issue. And then they agree that there's an issue. How do you then pivot that to be like, well, I can solve it without being, you know?
Yeah. So maybe I said that a little bit wrong when I used that one example, but you don't want to bait and switch. That's definitely not the intent. The intent is to have conversations just come up a little bit more organically, right? At the end of the day, they may realize that you sell something or whatnot, but just the mere fact that like you have a natural way of engaging with them prior to having that discussion, it makes an enormous difference. People still know you're an account executive at whatever, right? But the fact that and think about it this way, because when I just went over this all in 10 minutes, 20 minutes, but in real life, when this is playing out, this engagement, this interaction is happening over the course of 30 to 90 days. Mm-hmm. So that feels a lot different, right? It's a lot different when we've interacted over social media, because I don't remember every little interaction we had. I just recognize you. I just know we've had those interactions. You just feel familiar to me. And that's very, very, very different. And that's why I said it doesn't feel like a bait and switch. Of course, if you're playing it that way and you're lying to people, sure, it would come off that way. That's not the intent at all. The intent is to just let conversations come organically. And when you're talking to a friend, they're more than happy to tell you about their problems, right? Because they're a little bit less nervous about just being pitched something. And then there's a different, I think, psychological element to someone telling you about their problems before you pitch them versus after. It's a huge difference because you're actually taking the time to ask. And if you care enough to ask, I think that sends the message that I'm not going to shove something down your throat if you don't need it or want it, right? I'm actually asking first. And that's the difference. You know, there's nothing more insulting, I think, than putting a message in someone's inbox, assuming they have a problem and assuming they recognize that problem and then proposing a solution. You know, I've had people reach out to me while I'm building my business. When my first website went up, for example, it was terrible, right? It was super ugly. And I knew that. And I was working hard in the background to rebuild it. And I had a handful of people reach out to me and essentially not really intending to, but insulting the website, telling me all the things that are wrong with it. But here's the problem. I already knew all of those things. I was already working on all of them. So that outreach was really ineffective. And if they had started by just creating a conversation about my website or how I'm building it, that would be something I'd be open to chatting about, right? And maybe I could learn something from them in the process, and they could offer some free value. And then we're in a conversation. And then maybe if I do need some help, I remember that person and I reach back out. And that's organic selling, right? That's modern selling. So that's what we're going for here. And we're just up on time too.
Perfect. Yeah, that totally makes sense. Yeah. So any of you guys that have questions, please pop them into the Slack community. But if you'd like, we can answer them right now. We have a break scheduled, so we can always go a couple minutes into this break. So yeah, if we have any questions, please pop them in. Otherwise, of course, you can ask Colin in our Slack community as well. But yeah, very, very interesting. And it makes sense when you explain it that way, that it's not a bait and switch, because you have, again, aligned on the fact that there is this pain, and you're saying like, hey, I potentially have a solution for that. Can I share it with you? And that's why you're saying it still might not work 100% of the time, because people still might just be like, you know what? No. And like, that is fine. But the fact is that your engagement rate, or your positive sort of response rate, if you're looking at it that way, is going to be so much higher because of the relationship that already exists. And there's a bit of trust that has been built,
and
because
it's
they see you as more of like
subconscious
a
too.
partner.
That's the thing.
Yeah.
It's mostly subconscious, right? Like, I always use this analogy, and it's just weird. I'm like, how am I presenting this as a unique idea? Because to me, this is just like psychology 101. You just can't get married you can't walk before you crawl, or any of that stuff, right? And dating is the same thing. And I use this analogy, and people are like, oh my God, you're right. Like, maybe the analogy that sales is turning into marketing is not as good as, like, if I go to the bar, I see someone I'm attracted to, and I just go up and get on my knee with a wedding ring. Like, that's almost the equivalent of sending this calendar link, like asking for time on an executive's calendar. Like, they don't know you. They have no reason to talk to you. You think they do. You have a reason to talk to them. But it's so narcissistic to be sending these things out, thinking that people just want to have these meetings, and they do it because it works a small percentage of the time. But if you just back up and treat people like humans and think, okay, I need to get into this person's world first. I need to become someone that they kind of recognize, and find ways to do that. I just threw out a few small examples today, but this is just human 101. And when we try to automate and we take the human out, we have a problem. And so that's what I see happening. I see the problem snowballing. It's a slow build, but yeah, it's not headed in a good direction. And the fact that I see Verizon launching literally default features to block things. I mean, it's us doing it. It's us. It's also, overseas, the robocalls and stuff, but like, it's largely us. So that's it.
Interesting thing about the wedding analogy too, is that not only do you not know if that person wants to marry you, but you also don't know if you want to marry them yet. Like, you don't actually know if this company is a fit at all. And it goes back to your other analogy about the better than chemo cancer jab. Like, if you're just trying to give it to everybody, you're wasting so much time, so many resources. How about find people who have cancer, who really need it, give it to them, and everyone will be really happy with you, and your reputation will precede you, and everyone will be so much happier and better off.
Think about what you just said there. If we were living in a world where salespeople were first trying to identify the right prospects, people who have the problems, and those are the only people that were annoying, right? That's a much better environment than just annoying everyone. It's significantly different, but we're trying to take shortcuts. We're saying, I don't want to take the time to get to know my prospects. I don't want to take the time to figure out if they have a problem. I just want to load 300 of them into my machine and let it do the work for me. It's lazy. It's not sales. It's marketing, and it's spam.
Yep. Absolutely. Well, perfect place to wrap it up. Thank you so much, Colin, for joining us.
Thanks everyone for listening to it. Just before we go, if anyone wants to sign up for the wait list, just go to colincadmus.com. You can add your name at the bottom of the page.
Perfect. Absolutely. Yeah, that sounds great. It sounds like a really great course that you're developing. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you to all of you for watching, of course, this session as well. And reminder that you can have a chat with Colin on the Slack community, and he'll answer any of those questions there. But with that, thank you so much. And I'll bring Colin Stewart back in, and we'll let you go, Colin Cadmus.
Awesome. Do I just end the Zoom now and jump into Slack?
I will just kick you right out, and you can hop into Slack. Yeah, I think actually
thanks everyone.
The owner, they'll have to kick you out, but I think Julia Rivero can. There we go.
All right. We're back.
That was great.
I'm back.
We're back.
The regular Colin is back. It was a good session.
Yeah, that was great.
I'd be honest, I did walk away, grab a cup of coffee, stole some coffee from my wife. Yeah.
That's okay. I took in every second, and really, really interesting. Great examples, like great, both kind of examples that justify and fortify his message, and then also actionable tactics to not do the things that are wrong. But really, really interesting session. It's one that I'm going to have to go back and re-listen to and show to the team for sure.
Cool. The next one is probably the next video you're going to want to queue up for that one. But you want to make sure they all crack, maybe shotgun a Red Bull before they listen to it, just so you're able to keep up with the man who has so much energy that Red Bull decided to bottle him. We got Justin Michael coming up next. And yeah, if you haven't experienced Justin so far, it's okay to pause, go away, get some coffee, because this guy is going to be, nonstop lightning in a bottle. So I think we've got him jumping on the line in about 5-10 minutes here. And we may jump in early if we've got the opportunity. Maybe we'll just give Julia and Vero a heads up that, hey, we might come across in about 2 or 3 minutes. But highlights from the day, Sarah, before we move across.
Oh, it's been another great day, honestly. It's amazing how I'm starting to see sort of like the patterns emerging among the speakers. Mm-hmm. And it's, of course, we're deliberately bringing people on that are at the cutting edge. They're at the forefront when it comes to sales strategy, outbound marketing strategy, whatever. But I'm starting to see the little pieces that they have in common. And it's like, you know what? That's great, because nobody's contradicting each other here. Like it's just reinforcing. Each speaker that we chat to is speaking more about the fact that relationships are more important, more about community and value. And all of that ties across from Jared Robin to Nadia, who was just on, to Colin that was on after her. Like it's all kind of coming together and building this big holistic picture of the way sales is going. It's the same thing that Aaron said earlier on the AMA about kind of moving away from, we're not in danger of being replaced by AI because people don't like the automation anymore. So we are moving towards this more human future in sales. And so that's been the highlight for me. It's just the fact that this is like a constantly reinforced message across our guests. What about you? What are the highlights for you?
I mean, I think, Nadia was great. Aaron's always good. The dating analogy, I think we're 2 for 2. 2 in a row.
Exactly.
Guests coming up with a dating analogy. I was trying to remember, I think Aaron may have used, Chad, help me out here. Did Aaron use a dating analogy in his talk? So
I think he might have, to be honest.
I feel like he did, but this might be one of those areas where I'm just misremembering it.
Yeah, we've like Mandela affected ourselves.
Yeah. So Chad, help me out. And I think, I'm a big fan of Colin spelling his name correctly. He's fighting the good fight for all of us,
For all the double L Collins out there.
Yeah. I think least favorite moment was dropping the competitor name in the talk with Lemlist. I was like, we use one of their other tools that's not sales development tool. And so I was thinking, they're sort of in the marketing stack, so it's not competitive. And then as soon as I said it, I was like, wait, I should double check myself. And it turns out they're all they're all about the sales development stack. So I was kicking myself there.
Oh, well.
I'll have a dream about Sarah yelling at me or telling Julia to yell at me.
Yeah, just for context on that, guys, last night I had a dream that Colin told Julia, our head of marketing, that I had done a really bad job on the live stream yesterday. And she had to pull me aside and be like, hey, buddy, like, just so you know, Colin thinks you did, you like really need to step it up today because Colin really didn't like what you did yesterday. And I was like, oh, stress, just a stress stream, just a classic stress stream. I do, before I let you go over and meet Justin Michael over there, I do want to touch on a couple of housekeeping things, guys. So I want to say a huge thank you to Sales Hacker and RevGenius for sponsoring this event and making it possible to reach so many of all of you all across the globe. That was really highlighted in the AMA with Aaron, that we have people from literally all over the globe joining us, and that is so cool. And we're actually going to be speaking to Brooklyn Nash, who is Sales Hacker's head of content, on our virtual stage later today. And we spoke to Jared Robin of RevGenius yesterday. So go back and listen to every talk from yesterday, but of course Jared's as well, because he's one of our wonderful sponsors, or a representative of one of our wonderful sponsors. And then the other thing to look forward to coming up today is our second keynote of the virtual event. So our keynote for today is John Miller. He is the CMO at Demandbase. And in this session, John will discuss these recent trends in buying and how new research on sales and marketing alignment highlight the explicit ways revenue teams can set themselves apart from the competition. So do not miss that talk. That is at 12:15 p.m. PST. But with that, I will let you go join our friend Justin Michael, and I'll see you after.
Right on. I'm just going to plus one for John Miller. I've had a chance to talk to him a number of times. He's not only the CMO over at Demandbase, but he was the founder of Marketo. And as you reminded me yesterday,
Engagio.
I thought I was gonna.
You thought you forgot it again. You're like,
again. I know this. I know them so well. I can see what their original site looks like, and their newer site. Anyway, Engagio got bought by Demandbase, and now John's the CMO over there. So in terms of interesting people that you want to listen to, John's one of those people. So make sure you, if you've got a lunch break, or whatever time zone you're on, if you can carve out some time at 12:15 to come back and return to us, it'd be super helpful.
Mm-hmm. And make a note for yourself to come back and watch the recording of that one in particular. If you are off in other parts of the globe and not with us live, that's going to be a good one that you don't want to miss, as honestly all of our guests have been, because we deliberately give you a stacked cast when it comes to Own Your Growth, and this year has been no exception.
Yeah, I mean, how brutal it would be if you're introing, be like, hey, we got a mediocre lineup of speakers today.
Yeah,
you probably don't want to be
We got one
here.
that's worth watching.
Yeah, one's okay, and the rest are all just like meh. So
yeah, exactly. So we don't do that to you.
We're all just phoning it in.
There you go.
Awesome.
Well, I will. Yeah, I'm so excited to come back on and chat with you after Justin Michael. He is always so interesting, so entertaining, and again, on the cutting edge when it comes to different strategies that not everybody is using. So there's going to be a ton to learn in that session, and I can't wait.
And 11:15, just following Justin, we're back doing yoga. Everybody's going to make fun of my yoga poses again. Looking forward to that. I'll see you in a few, Sarah.
Nice. See you in a sec.
All right, YouTube, you're following me. We're going to catch up with our friend, Justin. I'll throw the schedule up just as a nice reminder for you as I hop into this next room. I don't think I'm in the right room, though. Well, this is interesting. Let's see. I do appear to be oh, here we go. Give me a couple seconds here. I see Julia, but I think I might be in the wrong room. Julia, if you can hear me, it looks like I'm in the wrong room. Thanks, YouTube, for follow me around. I've got a calendar here, but it appears to be out of date. So bear with me another couple seconds. And let me know. Let's see. While we're doing this, what are you looking forward to? What talk are you looking forward to most for the rest of today? Yeah, I'm in 54. Julia, nobody's here. Nope, I guess we're going again. Let's try this one more time.
Recording in progress.
There we go. Hey, now I found Mr. Justin.
How's it going?
Good. How are you doing?
I'm doing well. Are we live?
We're live. I got a tail of YouTube follow me around here. I'm just
nice.
I'm gonna throw us up into the screen sharing mode and pass it off to you. How are you doing, man?
I'm feeling good. I want to be on this beach right now.
Yeah.
It looks like there's a little boogie boarder, a little surfer guy down here hanging out.
Just paddling out.
Where's Waldo style. I had some fans make me some self-portraits. That's sort of me when I wake up in the morning, and then as the day progresses and I get my coffee, kind of goes in this direction.
Yeah.
I was going to say I just do these woodcuts when I'm not working 20 hours a day.
No kidding. So fan made those for you?
Yeah.
Very talented. Those are awesome.
It's pretty weird being me, I'll be honest, but
I bet. I mean, you're the guy that Red Bull based their energy drink off of, right?
Well, if you're not human, it's hard to claim the energy, I have the Elon Musk battery technology. I'm wearing my Own Your Growth shirt, but with this 1080p camera, you're gonna have to have like extreme close up,
Yeah, totally.
See every pore.
So let me get through the introduction, because Justin and I know each other fairly well, but you may not know Justin. We've worked together a couple of times, both on different, usually sharing clients, but he's the founder over at Salesborgs. He's a neuroscience-based, hyper-tactical outbound. I don't know. I was gonna say monster. Monster is not the right word. I was gonna say evil genius. In a kind way, in a loving way. But you've been at a number of top tier VC-backed SaaS firms. You've been at the head of a number of very large revenue sales development teams. You are part human, part machine, and you've automated millions of messages. You've done some crazy stuff. So I'm excited because I pick up something new every time we talk to you. And this is actually the second time we're going to be talking about combo prospecting. So I'd love maybe a little background on the combo prospecting. Fill us in. Anything I missed on the cyborgs, on the Justin Michael experience?
I love it. So welcome back. And yeah, I have an incredible relationship with the country of Canada, perfect track record. So got to get back to Vancouver, excited to be here. And who am I? I'm a futurist. There's actually a guy named David Shingy, and he worked for AOL and legendarily got paid, I think, $1 million to prognosticate about the future of digital technology. And his title was Digital Prophet. I found out about this guy 15 years ago. He dresses like Bono. He has like huge hair and the glasses. And I'm like, this is what I need to do with my life, is become a futurist. It's not how I make a living. You guessed it, but I am a futurist for 10 bound and vendor neutral. And I, self-proclaimed. And so I make a lot of predictions about sales tech. I used to work for Salesforce Marketing Cloud and LinkedIn. I once worked directly for Sean Parker. You know him from, he introduced Mark Zuckerberg to Peter Thiel and is in the movie The Social Network, played by Justin Timberlake. And also, The Social Dilemma, or whatever the new movie is. So he started Napster. I've had some cool high profile experiences. My most fun client was Mark Wahlberg. I was a huge Marky Mark fan. I used to rollerblade in 1992 to Good Vibrations. So that makes me cool enough almost to be a Canadian, right? A little humor here to start. I can't hear anyone laughing, but I'm a futurist, and I built a society called Salesborgs.ai. And the whole idea of my work has been sellers and cyborgs. If artificial intelligence is coming for our jobs, if machine learning is going to automate our jobs, we have an existential crisis to figure out how are we going to play into the self-driving Uber, right? What are we going to do sitting there while the car is driving itself? What is the role of the seller of the future? So yes, I was a case study in a book called Combo Prospecting, which you can find at comboprospecting.com. My mentor is Tony J. Hughes. And that was really about blended combinations and techniques. I used to run sales development teams in San Francisco, Chicago, New York, Berlin, even as far as Gangnam in South Korea. And, basically did business development all over the world. About 5 years ago, I was approached by some VCs to do this full time for 100 concurrent startups in this ambitious startup called Outbound Works. And we tried to automate every facet of sales development. Personalization at scale. We were doing sentences at scale. We were doing really crazy technographics, psychographics, all this stuff. So recently I was approached to do a book, and I thought, what on earth can I write about sales that will stand the test of time? And so the first thing I want to talk about today is technology quotient. And it's also been called AQ, or adaptability quotient. And basically, it's our ability to fuse with machines. So my meta background is I actually was really into Photoshop in my teens, and ended up studying at UCSB and got an award for Photoshop. I also was involved in the music business. So I used to do a lot of production and recording. For those of you out there familiar, systems like Pro Tools and Logic and Reason. And so I dealt with a lot of advanced user interfaces, UX and UI and hardware. It was really hard to use. So when I got into the environment of like Groove and Yesware and ToutApp and Outreach.io and SalesLoft, I mean, it was all pretty usable, because for 15 years in SaaS companies, after the high profile ones I talked about, I went into mobile advertising technology. So I was talking to Steve Richard, and we kind of had to identify, what is this meta skill that no matter how many times the platforms change, if I write this book and you learn this stuff, you can stay ahead of it. How do you learn how to learn? And it's technology quotient. So we developed this site, and it was the founder of Rev Garage, Julia Nimchinsky, who helped with the vision and to bring this to life. So I'm super grateful. If you go to salesborgs.ai, and the central theme is a TQ test, which is, right, who am I to create the test? We got some leaders involved, some professors, scholars, engineers, neuroscientists, people who are actually not just smarter than me, but accredited. And we developed a series of games and exercises, and think of it like Lumosity for salespeople. And so it's a lot of fun. Any questions so far on that, Colin? Have I sounded insane? I'm just dialing in.
I mean, you're always a little bit out there, which I love about you. Bruce did have a question, though. It's in the gain acknowledgement that they have a problem needs to convey intent to listen and understand without being tied to outcome. Please comment on gently conveying this intent.
Like when I'm doing prospecting, how do I convey intent?
Yeah.
Can you translate this? Are you talking about like the detachment when I'm doing prospecting? Can you phrase that? Can I call a lifeline?
Yeah. Maybe I'll ask Bruce, because if I'm being completely honest, I stepped out for a little bio break, and then I came back in and I was reading this and I was like,
I have no idea what just happened.
I'm actually a human. I'm not a robot. I did need to. So Bruce, if you could help translate and clarify, I'll bring it back to Justin here.
Good. I'll switch slides here. But yeah, let me answer Bruce's question. I wonder if he's talking about intent data. Hit me. Who wants to be a millionaire? I've been put on the hot seat immediately in my presentation. Did he write back?
He said, thanks, we're fishing buds and robo buds.
Oh, yes. Yes. Bruce Kirk. Okay, cool. He's awesome. Everyone follow Bruce Captain Kirk. He came on my podcast. He has some great sales applications and angles. That's the thing about me. You've got to study every generation of selling and every type of method and blend it into your own amalgam. Can I answer his question? Do you understand what it is, Colin?
I'm not quite there yet, but Bruce, okay. We'll come back to you. We'll come back to Bruce, and Bruce, if you can
We'll come back to you, Bruce.
If you can clarify your message in chat, I will get it back to Justin. Thank you.
I'm Casey Kasem, and this is the Beatles. Okay. Visual processing at 60 times. So basically the brain, I became obsessed with neuroscience because I was really into the work of Dr. Cialdini. Dr. Robert Cialdini, I was thinking like the Alan Parsons Project. Essentially, he wrote this book called Persuasion. Many of you may be familiar with it. The brain, when it looks at an image, it's 60,000 times the speed of processing. So I figured out that like email is actually a visual medium. What your brain is doing when it's looking at symbols and fonts is it's translating it into an image. And like when you're reading at night and you get tired, you can go outside and you can see the trees and the stars and you can still drive your car. But sometimes you're just, really struggling with the text. And then just to learn to read or to learn another language is very difficult. So what I decided to do, like I just thought of like tombstone epiphanies. One is email, traditionally in B2B for 20 years, has been about templates and words. So I flipped this. I show people email systems that are visual. How? You're going to get caught in the spam folder. We'll talk about that. Why? Because if I show someone this Venn diagram right here, shameless plug, I have a ton of respect for all of these folks. Do I have predictable revenue on here? I should. That's going to unlock.
Presentation. Yeah. Get out of here.
I'm out. That's it. Get the hook. This image is going to unlock at like 60,000 times faster. So it's always 5 to 12 touches, 20 touches. I started sending people Venn diagrams like the one on the left. And when I say people, chief product officers, chief digital officers. So I sent one of these to the CDO of McDonald's. And on the first email, I got a meeting. Then I sent it to the VP of mobile of Home Depot. And from my signature, which was insane, from my signature, he called me. And it was like a flux capacitor. I felt like Doc Brown because someone called me back from an email in the signature without me even asking. He says, pitch me. So I'm sitting there pitching the VP of mobile. What's crazy is I went after that VP of mobile for 5 years with cold calls, with digital, with everything. So this was my breakthrough. And then I was like, okay, if email is visual, then what is phone from a neuroscience perspective? Let me make sure I caught this. So we should be using visual elements. We need to think like a product marketer. And this also is a really good tidbit. 90% of the information transmitted to the brain is visual. So if you really look at any website, you see product marketing, Venn diagrams, quadrants, G2, everything's visual. And then we get into email and we have these long 3-paragraph emails. That takes the brain 13 seconds to F-track scan it. 3-sentence emails take 3.3 seconds. To get past the spam filter, you just put the visuals in the second or third touch out of Outreach or Sales Loft or Ring DNA or Zant. And thank you, all the SCPs. That's what we're trying to do. Now you can also build GIFs. So if you look in product marketing, you go to the top websites, they always have like a little GIF that's moving with the aha moment. So I nest those into my sequences, because think of how much it's unlocking. Everyone's trying to use the same descriptions to describe the CRM systems, but what if you have this amazing feature of integration? What if you can show that and then put that in the email? Okay, before we get into this, can we go back to Bruce's question?
Bruce is gone radio silent on me, so.
Bruce is giving us the silent treatment. That's okay.
Cold shoulder.
Intent, use intent data, intent, curiosity, truly want to help the customer. There's a lot of ways I can go off that one. We'll go back to Bruce on that live on LinkedIn. Is this where we are? Polarity shifting. Yeah. So what is polarity? This is really wild. So I'm really into electromagnetics and science, and my grandfather was actually a nuclear physicist. So I always just joke that I'm, wasting my gray matter in B2B, and B2B is ripe for disruption. Actually, sales tech and tools are going to get billions in investment. We just saw the rounds from Gong and from Outreach, but I look a lot at the phone now and say, well, what's happening with the brain? Now, I'm an armchair neuroscience. I'm not a neuroscientist. I'm not trained. I read Dave Hoffeld's book. I study psychology and emotional intelligence and neurolinguistic programming, and I just, I actually feel like Todd Capone, who was my trainer at Salesforce, is doing kind of the most, egghead work of going into old, documents and scholarly articles and really diving into this stuff. And, I have a lot of respect for what he's doing. But for me, I'm just sitting in my armchair and thinking about the brain. So what's the phone? The phone is about tone. And for the last 20 years, I've been in sales. Power pose, stand up straight, wear a tie, be confident, right? Well, that didn't work for me, which is weird. So what I actually realized that the phone work is about active listening, and it's about power transfer. It's about polarity. You can only control someone by getting them to talk. And the more that you're listening actively, the more you're controlling. It's like Aikido. So if email is about visual, calling is about power transfer and polarity. And this came about, I would work on these giant deals for 6 months, even up to 2 or 3 years across companies. And there was this moment where the back wheel, like the tires in the quicksand, they start to get traction, where the customer starts pushing the deal. I'm not pushing it. Well, I found this same polarity shift on first calls, that if I could get people to talk and I could ask open spin questions from the front of the call, I developed this framework called Route, Ruin, Multiply. I would have initial calls where I would close the entire deal on the first call. This was happening in 2007. I would call, I was working for a SaaS company, I'd call all these companies and every single one was not interested. So I started a Jedi mind trick. I'm like, what could I possibly say to keep this person on the phone? And the weirdest script that I came up with is, who's in charge of your blank? So I'd confirm their name. And if they were the head of mobile, I'd say, well, who's in charge of your mobile? And it was the damnedest thing. They'd say, oh, I do the web. I don't do that anymore. Oh, it says that on my LinkedIn. That's actually Marjorie, so, and then instead of trying to convince them why their internal solution or the competitor is bad, I would validate them and ask all these open questions. So I wasn't using scripts and rebuttals, and I'm having the prospect talk 95% of the time. And the reason I call this vampire theory is because, sales, we're elevating it, all of us, and with Own Your Growth, but I don't know, it's sort of a used car. I mean, we're like vampires, right? Like they have to let us in over the threshold. And so what I found on first calls is there's a moment when the prospect is interested in the seller, and you have to wait and listen hard enough for that magic moment for the polarity to shift. And so my whole technique is based on generating the interest and the desire, or unlocking the latent pain. Because what I noticed, having done 20,000 hours of cold calls and now listening to thousands of calls for the sales borgs all over the world, is everyone's pitching from the front. Hi, I'm a salesperson, spotlight on me, pitch, pitch, pitch. And all that can do is cause the prospect to recoil and to subconsciously, like their mind is triggered like fight or flight, and they start running the other way. Any questions so far on this? I could go forever.
Oh man, this is great. Keep going. I keep thinking that's Nikola Tesla, because you were talking about physics and that. I was like, is that Tesla or a vampire?
It's both, actually.
There you go.
If Nikola Tesla were a vampire, that's kind of the training here. No, now I'm just confusing you for pure frivolity. Neuroplasticity. So, what I do is I take adults and teach them how to change themselves and things. And so I love Scott Leese, the addiction model. It's like no one can change in this life until they admit they have a problem, period. And so what you have to do though in the brain is you have to change your neuroplasticity. And it can take 18 to 254 days for a person to form a new habit. Now we all know people that it's going to take 254 days. I'll just be my own laugh track here. But, if you're really going for it, maybe 27 days, 2 weeks. Where I came up with this is there's this myth that only children can learn languages. It's like, well, I didn't have a chance. I wasn't able to learn Chinese because I wasn't 4, but if I had learned early. But then you have like the CIA and like these double agents, and they're learning conversational Romanian in 2 weeks. How? Like Berlitz and Duolingo and Rosetta Stone. So if we can learn the complexity of languages, we can reorganize our synaptic connections. And our brains are like plastic, and we can regroove them through repetition. There's a lot of theories right now about how sales has changed, and we're in this new paradigm of the buyer. It sells marketing software really well. But this version of our brain is actually 40,000 years old and is identical to the version of the brain that buyers had and sellers had 100 years ago. So Todd Capone is right. My first version of my book was going to be called 1910. And I was going to basically just prove that sales is identical to 1910 because of neuroscience, because it's the same brain on both sides. Any questions there?
You good, man?
I'm good. I haven't provoked anyone yet. Let's try this. So I really love Craig Elias, and guess where he's from? Canada. It's the theme. We're going to work in the Canadian theme. Spent many summers in Victoria, British Columbia, using loonies to buy Diet Coke, going to the Native American Museum, and I've been all through the Butchart Gardens and had tea at the High Empress. Had high tea at the Empress.
There you go.
That sounded really like a sci-fi movie. So trigger events. What's happening in your brain, something called selective awareness. So I love this concept. Everybody right now, literally everybody, is sending mass emails out of sequencers. Name one, whether it's Apollo, Persist IQ, Outreach, Sales Loft. What's happening? Prospects are actually seeing it. They're seeing the emails, and you think they're ignoring you, and they are deleting. But like for me, I don't even spend the time. A ton of people spam me or send me messages, and I just ignore it. Well, what this theory or technique espouses is that basically if you have a trigger event, like a job change, you change your job, or your supplier messes up, or there's enough awareness, like Gong did a Super Bowl ad. So maybe I finally see Gong logo, but I've been getting the emails for months. Your brain like triggers and starts to become conscious of these emails. So the takeaway here is so much of my methods for prospecting is to have trust, to have faith in the abyss. You're dialing into a black hole. Like I'm just constantly buffeting these prospects in all these hyper relevant ways without any response. But I have trust that because of their selective awareness mentally, that they are seeing it. So the brain is a forgetting machine. Like even right now, as I'm talking, my brain can look out the window right now through peripheral vision. It's insane how much data I'm taking in and then forgetting just to protect myself. So, you got to remember that one human brain is still more powerful than every supercomputer strung together on Earth.
Unless I haven't had my coffee in the morning.
I haven't even had coffee. God forbid I came on this webinar with coffee early in the morning. Can you imagine? Heuristics. This is a great Scrabble word if you want to get 50 points. It's also, my brother's a coder. He invented a few divisions at Google. So I always say that like my brother and I are like Danny DeVito and Schwarzenegger and twins, except I'm DeVito mentally, right? Heuristics is this crazy word about overlays. And if you think of Ruby on Rails or Node.js or some of the coding languages, which in my book, I talk about sellers learning to code and to do data science. I actually say in the book that we have to move sellers from Excel to SQL. SQL. What this means is these are sweeping generalities. It's not the way you want to talk, but it's true. Everyone's going to HubSpot. They're getting these awesome templates by people like Josh Braun, by Beck Holland. Check it out, learn it. But here's what not to do. Don't use it. Don't even use my stuff. Figure out the heuristic. Meaning, What is the meta framework? You're writing an email, you do something humorous, humor opener. You then write a bridge, you do social proof. What are the building blocks linguistically of what you're sending versus let's just copy paste from a HubSpot blog? Because the danger is then everyone's using the same templates and then prospects just tune it out because they see that it's automated. So heuristics are like shortcuts to problem solving. They're like overlays. And just think of it as the puzzle pieces of what the languages mean. So if you're looking as text as an image, well, the images are kind of like chess moves through your email. So this is something to keep in mind. This is pretty confusing. Anybody confused, want to raise their hand, ask me a question? Some people have seen this Prezzo before in various forms.
No, I like the building blocks sort of analogy and the heuristics. Basically, like another word for heuristic is bias, isn't it?
I've never thought of it that way. I've thought of it as like a meta framework or, a building block, but there's a lot that goes into linguistics, from tone and intent, and that's why emojis are really powerful. Actually, when everyone went remote, one of the reasons that Slack has so much Unicode. So one of the funniest things about Zoom is there's only 4 emojis, but Unicode has over 3,200 emojis. But when you're actually managing teams remotely, you want to use a ton of emojis. And I learned this 10 years ago because I had a team of 1,000 in 3 countries, and I was using Meebo through AIM and Google+. If you send someone a message without inflection and emotional tone, they're usually going to read the negative. So if there's any ambivalence about what the text means, add an emoji to soften it. So when I manage people, when I'm doing consulting remotely, I'm constantly emojiing because I want to show sarcasm, or I want to soften and show warmth. Because if something could come off wrong, I'm using the emotions for the intonation. So this is a huge tip. Use emojis in your prospecting emails.
I love that. I definitely come across as a grump sometimes and or all the time. I've heard it from my entire team and my family that I come across as like, unintentionally scary. And I'm like, no, I'm actually in a great mood. So I have to absolutely leverage that one. I haven't done it so much in prospecting, but I think that's a phenomenal idea.
I've been called highly eccentric and flowery, and I just don't know how you blend those two, So I just go with that. I go like, Weird Al Yankovic, Yahoo Serious. I try to play that up, little Carrot Top, little Elon Musk, mix it in. Left brain, right brain. It turns out this isn't a thing. Again, this is a heuristic. It turns out with advanced neuroscience and study of the brain that it's actually not the left and right hemisphere. I mean, it is true that the left side of the brain controls the right side of the body and the right controls the left. And early studies of the brain showed that the creative side is right and the analytical side is left. But when we were trained at LinkedIn to write, you want to make every communication you have be left brain, right brain. And what it means is if you have a logical argument, you want to have emotion and heart. So if you say 110% revenue growth, that's a dead email. It's only a certain type of prospect will be fully left brain. Maybe a CFO really cares about the bottom line, but people, they get inspired to buy with emotion and they justify with logic. And so just think of this metaphor when you're doing a LinkedIn outreach or you're building prospecting campaigns. So, my system in a nutshell is I make emails look like text messages, dead short. Like it's so short, you're going to send something that you can't even hit the button. Like I'm scared to send this message. Now you're at the Justin Michael method. You're short enough that it's like my CMO is not going to want me to release this. That's good. That means it's going to work. 60% open rate. And then so I did these dead short text message like sequences and cadences. The open rates went up to 80%. But then to get the conversion rate, that's where I use this emotional resonance piece, which is the left and right brain. I would tell the story. I would trigger an emotion. And you see this in Sandler, challenged by, frustrated with, tearing their hair out. I call this the Paul Ryan P90X. We never saw Paul Ryan before he did P90X, but he's extremely fit. And so he's obviously doing something. So you can't just send the prospecting email as the outcome. Hey, look, Acme has 117% revenue growth. Don't you want it? It's like, well, what was the before? What was the pain, the fear, the struggle, right? And that's, how do you do that then in this micro atomized burst? Any questions on that? And we'll go into perspective. I still feel like I left Bruce behind, I feel like he's out there wanting to know what's going on.
Maybe my link to the comments is just has been severed, but and I'll double check here, but I'm pretty I haven't heard back from Bruce, so I think he was just in to drop, and now he's yeah.
So a couple books sat on my desk forever. One was the 80-20 Rule by Richard Koch, and another one was Robert Cialdini, Persuasion. And I finally read them both, and they're awesome. And then I weave them into everything I do. Another one is called 22 Immutable Laws of Branding by Al Ries. All three of these books are like meta frameworks into everything I'm building. Basically, Cialdini released this book. It sold millions of copies. It proves out that there's, different types of persuasion. And if you thought about JD Power and Associates, they'd send you a dollar bill, a crisp $1 bill. And it's just like then this brutal long paper survey, but you would always do it because you feel guilty because you have this, beautiful dollar shiny bill. Also, the Hare Krishnas in the airports would bump into you and give you a flower or a little gift. So if you can give, you'll get. And so when I'm writing emails, I give an insight. I do, and there's even technology now like Sendoso where you can send coffee cards, and there's a feeling of reciprocity. So when I talk about combo prospecting and leaving the voicemail, always leaving the voicemail, you left a voicemail, the other 200 people didn't. Who do you think is going to get the call back? He tried, she tried, they tried, right? So, then there's something, so that is, I think liking, but it's also commitment and consistency. I have this one prospect email where I say, hey, could you just do me the courtesy of pointing me in the right direction? Or could you just do me the professional courtesy of just getting back to me here? And they want to be consistent and congruent with who they are. And so a lot of times it'll make them respond. Social proof is huge. A very similar customer that you helped in a specific use case. Specificity, I'm huge on. Josh Braun calls this crispiness, which always makes me hungry. Yeah, I'm rarely ever serious. I use a lot of humor in what I do, and I use Seinfeld humor, like, Curb Your Enthusiasm, sort of, I'm the Will Smith of B2B, that's the key. So no one really ever gets offended. Maybe they do, they don't tell me. There's a lot of these. Authority, right? If you can cite Gartner or Forrester, an authority figure, I can keep going. Scarcity, right? If it's a VIP experience, that's how Facebook scaled. I think I got a chat. Wow, I did it. I provoked someone.
No, it was me.
Oh, damn. Okay. Okay, so I'm going to go into some, how are we doing on time, by the way?
We got about 4 minutes until the yoga session with Julia.
Okay. Well, then let me hit the key takeaways and do some questions. So emails should look like text messages. Think about it. What's popular in the world? Facebook Messenger, Instagram, Snap, WhatsApp, text. The brain processes these in 3 seconds. So why would you ever send 3 paragraphs? Everything important happening in this world is going across in real time in short form. Think of your emails as an ad unit. You get 18 words between the subject line and the preview text. So make it count and A/B test everything. Use product marketing, visual diagrams, visual themes to unlock the processing power of the brain. 60,000 times faster, 90% is retained visually. And make sure you are triggering people emotionally, emotional resonance. Another tip I have is if you do 12 touches or 15 touches of sequence, don't link out, don't link to white papers, don't ever click out of the sequence, and make sure wherever they are in the clusters and the different touch points that they can understand it. Because a lot of times you don't trigger them until 7 touches. You're trying to figure it out. Any questions here? I probably have time for 2 questions.
Yeah, I'm curious. So I just wanted to double click on that. I love the piece on not linking out. One, from a technical perspective, because adding more links is going to put you into spam. But 2, I think, I don't know about you, but maybe I should ask you this question. When you receive sales development email, do you click on any of the links, or do you just turn around and Google the company?
A lot of times I think I just try to find the person on LinkedIn to see, what it is, but I find I mainly receive generic looking emails. So that's another cool thing about Combo is if you carve out your top accounts, and then you actually just write to them like a human, it's pretty powerful. So what I started to do is the biggest hack I had is how can you make what's automated look not automated? That was the genius of Outbound Works. And what we were doing is you couldn't tell that someone hadn't personally written to you. So what I like to do is I like to take one person and write one email, make the grammar funky, misspellings. Like I like to, how the Star Wars movies, they did start to look, it was too perfect, the CGI, but now like Rogue One, they've got the etching and the flaws. So I actually just write something that looks like a broken text message and then I automate that. I don't think I answered your question.
No, I think that's great. And Eugene just sent me a question asking if you can show us one of your emails that looks like a text message.
You know what? I have shameless plug. Everybody go here, salesborgs.ai. I have two mastermind groups, one on WhatsApp and one on Discord. It's reaching close to 2,000 people. And I have guides from the Justin Michael Method, which is a hilarious name for it. It's like the Alan Parsons Project, but I will send you these guides full of email examples. I call them spears. That's an homage to Aaron Ross. He had spears, nets, and seeds, and spear was the outbound techniques. I just call it a spear because it's compact. It's so short, your CMO won't let you send it. When marketing won't let you send the email, you're ready. That's my key.
Last question from Tamara. Do emojis affect deliverability?
Everything impacts deliverability, including the word revenue, which is a spam catch now. The sophistication of the whitelisting of domains and the algorithms that are capturing, and Google's sophistication of spam algorithm are wild. I have a couple different write-ups with checklists to make sure all this stuff works. So if you're interested, reach out to me, salesborgs.ai, take the TQ test. You don't want to be heavy emojis in the first email because it's kind of a spam gate and an aperture. So first the spammer looks to see if they even open it and click on it. So you want to be like text only for the first two emails and then get into stuff. An emoji or two, it won't hurt you. But my first message, I even started to remove the HTML. So there's actually a setting hard coded in Outreach where you can remove the opt-out link, and you can remove it. Every email is two emails. It sends text only, and then it sends an HTML version, and you can turn that all off. And you might not have admin setting. But I'm still GDPR compliant, so I still say, hey, if you want to be off the list, so I just add that manually. And then if you're in Canada, you're out of luck because you need permission in Canada. So use LinkedIn.
It's a very polite culture up here.
Castle.
You got it. Justin, thank you so much for joining us today. We've got yoga break coming up with Julia. If you'd like to hang out,
okay.
You're more than
Thanks
welcome.
for having me. Had a blast.
Always a good time getting a chance to chat to you, buddy.
Thanks everyone.
All right.
Live long and prosper.
Cheers. I'm giving it back to you, but I guess my video isn't on. Thanks, buddy. Talk to you soon.
Talk to you soon. Thank you.
All right. Everybody, start stretching. Get ready because we are on our way to yoga break. That was fantastic. I always love getting a chance to chat to Justin. He is certifiably just super high energy and a little bit crazy, just enough crazy that you just love it. Yeah, I'm super pumped for yoga. I'm moving to the next meeting. Here we go. Thank you to Justin. Thank you to chat. Look at this. We got a bunch of people joining
Recording in progress.
Sarah's eating her lunch just as I'm joining. I didn't even give them a heads up.
Oh, hi.
Sorry.
So nice to see you.
Julia told me Sarah's eating her lunch, so hop in right now.
Fair enough, it's lunchtime.
So here I am. Here, I'll throw our videos up to YouTube. 3 people, day 2. That's the button I'm clicking on, so you can all watch us. Now, this time, should I be in a chair, Julia, or can I stand?
You can stand today. We're
okay.
Standing for the yoga today. Yeah.
Cool.
Pretty cool.
All right. Are you standing? YouTube? Are you standing? You probably can't type anything because you're standing and you're away from your keyboard, but
now you have a really good view of me.
Not really, Sarah. This
is kind of all I can do.
Can you tilt your camera up a bit or crouch down? This is not a good view. not something we want to throw out to YouTube.
Can we just add Veronica spontaneously to it?
Veronica can't hear us.
They can't hear us? YouTube can't hear us?
There you go, Sarah.
Now you're just going to see my head and I'm going to disappear as soon as we bend over.
YouTube
That's okay.
Can't hear me? Who can't hear me? I can hear Julia. Julia, you can hear me, and YouTube can hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, it was Veronica Zoom. Veronica, come on. That's a better view. Thanks, Sarah. Okay.
Cool.
Lead the way.
Well, for everyone that wasn't able to join yesterday, I'm Julia, marketing manager at Victor Revenue and my free time yoga instructor. That's why I'm here today. And we're just going to do like a couple of stretching exercises as we're sitting hunched over the laptop all day. And normally we get like all tensed up in the neck and the back area. So that's why we're here today, 5 minutes, 7 minutes, little yoga. So as Colin mentioned, we're in standing today. So you don't need a lot of space, just stand up right where you are in front of your desk. Feet can be either together or hip width apart. And then just shoulder rollers up towards the ears and let them roll back down, straighten the back. Awesome, cool. We're going to do a little breathing exercise that helps us let go of that tension, especially in the neck. So on the inhale, stay where you are. And then for the exhale, let the head slowly drift down towards your right elbow. And stay here for 2 breaths. And you can feel a nice stretch in the left side of your neck. I'm going to inhale, lift the head back up. And exhale, let the head drift towards the left hand this time. Left side. Another breath here. Inhale, lifting the head back up. On the exhale, the chin moves down towards the chest. So let the head drift down. And as you breathe in, maybe you can feel the stretch in your neck here. One more breath. Inhale, let the head come up. And last one, on the exhale, let the head drift down towards your back, gaze upwards. One more breath here. And then inhale, lifting the head back up to center. Awesome. On the next inhale, we're going to lift arms up and overhead and stretch that back. You can look upwards and really bring your arms up as high as possible. Stretching here. Awesome, coming to stillness. Inhale here, and then on the exhale, we're going to rotate towards the right. So the arms extend horizontally, and the gaze is with the right hand, twisting towards the right side. And as we twist, trying to keep the hips level, so we're only twisting the spine. With every inhale, lengthen your spine. And with every exhale, try to come a little bit more into the twist. One more breath. On the next inhale, lift arms up and overhead. Stretch one more time here. And exhale, twist towards the left. This time the gaze follows the left hand. And here again, inhale, straighten the spine a bit more. And exhale, see if you can come a bit more into the twist. And then we inhale, lift arms up and overhead. Exhale, release them down. Awesome. Let's do some circles with the head. And then rotate the direction of the circle. Cool, coming to stillness again. Going to inhale, lift arms up and overhead. And interlace the fingers, all except the index fingers, so that your hand looks something like this. Inhale here. And exhale, we're going to bend towards the right. Really opening up that left side body. And trying not to fall in towards the front, but really maintaining an open chest, and imagine you're pushing your back against an imaginary wall behind you. Hold here for just one more breath. Inhale, lifting back up. And exhale, bending towards the left this time. And same here, trying not to fall in towards the front. On the next inhale, we're going to lift back up. Exhale, let the hands fall down. Awesome. Now we're going to bring our hands towards our waist, and we're going to walk the feet open just a little bit. And if you're wearing a skirt or a dress or something, you don't really have the space, you can do the same with your legs together. So both work. Inhale here, make sure your spine is still lengthened. And then on the exhale, we're going to slowly bend forward. First halfway, and then fold all the way down, just as much as you can, get down or whatever feels good. If your hands can touch the floor, that's great. If they don't, that's good too. Let your head be heavy. And then we're going to do a little no movement with the head. And then a yes, like a nodding. Awesome. And we're slowly going to walk the hands towards the left foot or the left leg, wherever you can grab yourself. Another stretch for the body here. Hold for another breath. And then slowly walk the hands all the way towards the right foot. Now we're going to walk the hands back to center. And as slowly as possible, we're going to roll up vertebra by vertebra, okay? So as slowly as you can, going all the way up, back to standing until you reach the top, and we can walk the feet back together. Another round of circles with the shoulders. One way, and then the other. Awesome. On the next inhale, we're going to extend the arms towards the front. And then we're going to come to eagle arms. So the left elbow comes on top of the right arm. And then we're going to try to bring our palms together in front of our face. I'm going to rotate so you can see me just fine. Colin, that looks about not right. Sorry, you're doing great. So palms together. And then on the inhale, lift the arms just a little bit up. Awesome. Great eagle pose here. Colin, we're getting there. Inhale here. And exhale, slowly release. Hands back down. Inhale, we're going to extend the arms once again. And switching the sides. So this time, the right elbow comes on top of the left arm, crossing it over. And then bring the palms together in front of our face here again. And lift the arms just a little bit. Breathe in deeply here. And then we release, bring the hands back down. Awesome. I'm going to bring the palms together in front of us and take the deepest breath you've taken in all day. You can inhale in through the nose and exhale out through the mouth. Let go of any stress, tension you might feel. Great. Thank you for joining this little yoga break. I hope you feel refreshed and are ready to continue with On Your Growth. Namaste.
Namaste.
Namaste. Thank you, Julia. I was
You're welcome.
Genuinely trying.
Yeah.
Though. Is it just because you have like extraordinarily short arms? Is that what we're dealing with?
I'm basically a Tyrannosaurus Rex. Yeah.
Let's book a one-on-one yoga session, Colin.
I feel like you showed me a different way and I was able to like get the things there, but I can't cross over. I don't know.
We'll get there for the next On Your Growth.
There we go. Life goals for next time.
Cool.
All right.
Nice.
Well, thank you. See you guys.
Thank you, Julia. That was so good.
So
I
great.
love that.
Nice little break in the middle of the day. We need too much talking. It's nice to be able to just shut the hell up for a little while.
It's true. It's true. Just have a little break, have a little stretch, have a little breathe. So nice.
Love it. So we got Brooklyn Nash coming up. This one's yours, isn't it?
Yes, indeed. So that, as we mentioned a little bit earlier, it's our second keynote of the virtual event. Our keynote of today, Brooklyn Nash is head of content at Sales Hacker, which another one of these great communities that we've spoken about across this virtual conference. So really, really excited to get to chat to Brooklyn all about that. But before we do, I'm going to do another little plug for predictable revenue. So if you are a revenue leader with a mandate to grow fast and with more predictability, avoid wasting time and money, learn how to do it yourself. See, I can't read ads for some reason. The same thing happened yesterday. Mm-hmm. I don't speak English when reading an ad.
So then just stop the ad and just tell people, like, what do you think about about the coaching offering? Like, what does it do?
This one is about pods.
Okay, what does pods do for people?
Well, this one I know because this I work on the pods org. Okay, so if you are a revenue leader and you need to grow quickly, you want to grow fast, or even you just want to grow without having to put in all the time and energy into building out that sales development function yourself, you should have us do it for you. So what we'll do is we'll hire a dedicated SDR with a skill set that we deem to be really applicable to whatever you're selling. And then we will help do the market research, kind of nail your niche, as Aaron talked about this morning, help you figure out who you should be targeting, and then what messaging and what kind of outreach is going to work best for those guys. In turn, after a bunch of experimentation, what we're going to end up doing for you is booking those meetings. We've got the data, we've got the sales enablement tools, we've got the CRM. So basically we have everything you need to build out this really strong sales development function. So if you don't have the time, resources, or know how to do it yourself, you should have us do it for you. So please click the link in the chat if you want to know more. And I'm never going to read another ad again. I'm just going to do that instead because, yeah, I literally just don't speak English when I'm trying to read an ad. So yeah, SDR pods, we'll do it for you. Click the link.
I'm in the same boat. So absolutely click the link. The team asked me to record like a 20-second spot that we sent out to our newsletter at Christmas. It was like 20 seconds to a minute. It took me an hour. I was like, come on. Re-recording the podcast intro that's like, welcome back to the Predictable Revenue Podcast, where frontline sales leaders teach you, yada, yada, yada. That took me an hour. I was like, that was like 15 seconds tops. Anyway.
Anyway, you guys got the idea.
No more ads. We're gonna make our way to go chat with Brooklyn. I'm gonna bow out, let Sarah take over here, and then I'll catch you back for the break, and then we'll transition into John Miller. But right now,
perfect.
Let me bring you to.
Right now, we're gonna hop over to the other room, and then we'll chat to Brooklyn.
All right, here we go. We'll catch you there.
Recording in progress.
Hello, hello, hello.
Hey, Colin.
How you doing, Brooklyn?
Pretty good. How about you? How's the day going?
Day's going pretty good. And just for a heads up, we've got YouTube following me here, so they're here, and Sarah is here.
Here I am. Hello, Brooklyn. Nice to see you again.
Hey, everybody. Yeah, same.
Really excited to have you on. As I mentioned to the audience just now, Brooklyn Nash is the head of content at Sales Hacker, and Sales Hacker is one of our wonderful sponsors for this event. Brooklyn Nash doesn't have many pet peeves, but most of them start with bad content. A B2B content marketer with nearly 8 years of experience, Brooklyn is currently head of content at Sales Hacker. Outside the 9-to-5, he runs a small content shop with his wife, Becca, helping clients like Mixpanel, Metadata, and Xylo. To make his bio slightly more exciting, Brooklyn wants to tell you he lives in Guatemala between 2 volcanoes. That is very exciting, Brooklyn. And Brooklyn is here to talk about applying the Pareto principle to SEO. So with that, Brooklyn, please take it away.
Great. Thanks, Sarah. I'm not going to say I'm going to share my screen because everybody says they share their screen. All right. Is that coming through okay? All right.
Yeah.
Thanks, Sarah. I've never gotten an intro like that before, so thanks for the first. Thanks for having me to the Predictable Revenue team, and thank you to everyone who's here. Believe it or not, this is my first time doing something like this, so I'm excited. It was a lot of fun to pull these 3 kind of like mini case studies together for SEO, and I'm excited to share them. I know a lot of yesterday and today has been focused on sales. Today, we're going to kind of shift it up a little bit and focusing on content marketing and SEO specifically. So before we jump in, just a tiny bit of extra intro on top of what Sarah said. I kind of got my start in content marketing by accident. I did my master's in Tel Aviv in political communication of all things, and started freelance writing just mostly to pay off student loans, and then slowly evolved from there. After Tel Aviv, we moved to Guatemala to work with a pretty tiny nonprofit here, and I continued freelance writing during that. And along the way, kind of went from freelance writer to content marketer, somewhere in there, as I learned the ropes of what goes into content strategy and distribution and all of that. So that's been the path from almost 8 years ago to now. We're still in Guatemala, moved out of the nonprofit world and into content marketing full time, obviously, but really loving Guatemala. From freelancing, I jumped into a very tiny sales startup called Wiza for about 9 months and headed up content marketing there. And then after 9 months, I jumped into outreach and specifically the community team focusing on Sales Hacker. And then my wife and I, like Sarah said, still run our content marketing business with a handful of clients. I didn't mean to pull a bait and switch on the team here, but as I prepared, I figured out this is less directly Pareto principle and just more generally more with less. I'm not a math guy, so I don't know exactly the 80-20 breakdown, but it still very much applies. If you're a solo marketer, a marketing team of one, or a director with a limited budget, this one's for you. Doing more with less for SEO. And today I have essentially 3 mini case studies that I worked on over the last year and a half or so. One with Sales Hacker and then the other 2 with Wiza. Number 1 is SEO updates, using content updates to drive new traffic and grow your organic traffic without necessarily having to always put out a ton of new content. Number 2 is a keyword strategy that helps you compete with the big guns like HubSpot and capture qualified traffic, those that are actually going to convert. And then the last one is backlink outreach that really matters. And I say that as someone who ran backlink outreach for Wiza and now receives a ton of backlink requests for Sales Hacker. So I've kind of been on both ends of the spectrum there. So number 1, effective SEO updates. A lot of content marketing effort goes into new content, understandably, but there's a lot of power in the content you already have up. When I joined Sales Hacker, my first goal after getting fully ramped up after the first 2 or 3 months was to look at all the content we had up and figure out how we can best optimize it. And Sales Hacker has a ton of content. It's been around almost 7 years, or more than 7 years at this point, over 1,000 content pages. And instead of doubling down on new SEO content, I wanted to look at what we had in place first and how we could improve it. And honestly, I was surprised with how successful it was, just with updating a small percentage of the pages we had up already. So this is kind of how it looked after the fact, to just give you the context first. Started formulating this in November and December, started rolling it out into January and through February and March. So the top here is 1 article for 1 keyword, and you can see exactly when it got re-indexed by Google and got a lot more stable and higher ranking. And then the bottom is our site-wide organic traffic. And again, you can see the jump. This is pretty much just from the SEO updates, because at the same time as we were running the updates, I kind of pulled back on our publishing cadence for new content. And we've kind of taken a different direction from topics that lots and lots of frontline sellers are searching for, and more into the niche topics aimed at VPs, RevOps, customer success, topics that may not necessarily contribute to our organic traffic. So most of this growth is just those SEO updates, as a little bit of context. So what did we do? The reason I call this more with less is there's like a right way to do SEO audits, and then there's a scrappy, fast way to do SEO audits. And this is what that was. So we had about 1,000 content pages up. I kind of arbitrarily said, let's start with 10% of the pages. So I wanted to identify 100 pages that we could update and see what kind of impact they would have. And I've created a list like this, pretty basic, as you can see. I'm not a super technical SEO or technical marketer. The criteria you set for this is going to depend on how much content you have up, what your rankings look like, who your target audience is. But for me, I set three basic criteria. One, ranking for keywords that had at least 100 in search volume every month. Two, we're ranking on the bottom of page 1 through page 5. And then 3 was, and this is where my mind goes blank. Yeah, and then 3 was just the when they were published. So I only focused on content that was older than January of 2019, and just to try to not mess up anything that was a little bit fresher. And then the last kind of more nebulous criteria as I went was it had to make sense in the context. So I wasn't updating all pages that had some keywords that were ranking on the bottom of page 1 through page 5. It was only those where it would actually be an improvement to the article and made sense to start doubling down on the keywords that they were ranking for. So you can see some of the examples in this sheet. Go-to-market strategy, we're bottom of page 1. Lead generation, we're page 2. Building rapport, page 5. And all of these made sense in the context where either they were ranking relatively lower for their main target keyword, or they had kind of by accident gathered these secondary keywords, and we could add some context and add some content to them to try to fully capture those keywords. So that's the line of thinking that went into this. Let's see. And the reason this is less is more is it didn't take a ton of time to put this list of 100 pages together. I pulled out the list of URLs from SEMrush, just looking at those criteria I highlighted before. And then I went back, I spent probably no more than 5 minutes on each page, looking at what to add to these initial notes here on the right. And there were 2 buckets there. One was specific updates to each page. So the intro is a little wonky, we need to update. The information's out of date. There's a section we could add in, there's a section we need to remove, those kinds of updates, and that's a case-by-case basis. And then there were updates that we looked at across the board, making sure meta description and SEO title were optimized, making sure images had alt descriptions, making sure links weren't broken, those types of things that applied across the board. And then with these initial notes, we created more detailed briefs that outlined the exact updates to make with every single page. You have a few options to do this. It can be really time consuming. You can go through it yourself. It took about 2 or 3 hours per page. Sometimes it took 30 minutes if it was just the simple updates. Sometimes it was more like 5 hours if we had to either rewrite a bunch of sections or add sections in, get images designed. So if you have the bandwidth and time, you could kind of spread it out and do it over the course of, let's say, 4 to 6 months. You could also hire a contractor who really knows their stuff and can take these initial notes and turn it into a more robust brief. Or you could meet in the middle and probably hire a freelancer that would be a little bit less expensive, but go through and create the more detailed briefs yourself. And if anybody wants a look at what that brief looked like, feel free to email me after. I'll share it at the end, and I can email you what we worked on. So that's the SEO case study. I know we said we'd take questions throughout. I'm running through stuff fast because there's 3 separate ones. So if I don't know, I can't see the questions if there are any questions.
Yeah, that's totally okay. If a question that's like super relevant to what you're chatting through comes up, I'll jump in and interrupt, but we don't have any right now. So go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, and feel free to interrupt as well. Okay. Second case study, qualified keywords for qualified traffic. This was not with Sales Hacker. This was with Wizza, the 9 months I was there, and really focused in on about 6 months of that. None of these ideas are really my own. I combined a couple of different things here. Number one is that there's this, I think, understanding in content marketing that it's really hard to unseat major content marketing players like HubSpot, especially if you're in the same space, because they've been around forever. They have great content. They have all the links. So you're not going to unseat HubSpot's deep dive on ABM as your first SEO play. So what's the alternative? At Wizza, I took a combination of HubSpot's own pillar and cluster approach, which is essentially creating one pillar piece of content that goes really in depth on one topic. In this case, it was LinkedIn Sales Navigator. And then our other pillar was cold email. And then tie it to a bunch of cluster articles that get more detailed on specific elements of that. So the pillar for Sales Nav would do a brief rundown of features, reviews, how to use, best practices, pricing, and then additional articles would go through the specifics like using account lists, how to search features that are typically hidden, and those types of things. And then the second element was to tie each piece of content to top of funnel, middle of funnel, bottom of funnel. And using those two in combination really made our growth take off. So again, I joined January of 2020 and started to put this content in place around May. And then it just grew from there. This isn't the main point of this one, but this is also kind of a case study in how SEO is a long-term play. So I actually left Wizza end of August, but they haven't really worked on new content since then. So all this growth is all those articles from that 6 to 7 month period continuing to gain steam as they get more backlinks and see more engagement. That's just kind of the aside. So for Wizza, it looked, like I said, there's the Sales Nav guide, and then middle of funnel was things like how to use Sales Navigator account lists. And then very bottom of the funnel was how to export leads from Sales Nav and current and similar topics. Let me catch up here. Like I said, it's my first time, so I'm still getting used to notes, slides, notes, slides.
You're doing great. It is very interesting.
So this part, oops, this part is not exactly new, but it worked really well for Wizza. We got a ton of traffic from the LinkedIn Sales Nav guide once it started ranking, but it took longer to rank. We saw less traffic from how to export leads from Sales Nav, but one, it ranked a lot faster. I think we started ranking for it in like 2 weeks because it's such a specific topic and not as competitive. And two, it saw way more conversion. So we saw a ton of traffic from Sales Nav, but saw maybe a 2 or 3% conversion on how to export leads from Sales Nav. That's the literal use case for Wizza. So we saw, I think it was north of 40% conversion off of that page. So the idea here is to combine all three. You can start to build the foundation for your authority by building your content around pillars and connecting to clusters, but you can prioritize those bottom of funnel keywords and articles that will, one, get you ranked faster, and two, be a lot more interesting and relevant to your target audience and drive more conversions that way. A few things to remember on this one. Number one, higher volume keywords are not always better. Going back to HubSpot, you could do an ABM pillar page and probably not get it ranked because everybody on page one has way more SEO juice than you, unless you're one of those big players. And number two, it doesn't lead to very qualified traffic. So this is a simple screenshot of just a few articles looking at all the keywords they're ranking for pretty low keyword volume relatively, but we continue to see a lot of conversion off of them. Number two, it's not enough to write just one article on one topic and expect that to rank. I think the best way to get ranked fast and consistently, and then build your kind of base or your content moat over time, is that pillar cluster approach. I think there's a reason that's gone all over the place. It really works. That's what this approach was. And in that, you need to tie them together. So every time we publish any LinkedIn Sales Nav article, we tie it back to the pillar and vice versa. So over the course of 6 months, that net got stronger and stronger and stronger. And then the final piece on this one is make the connections super clear for your readers, especially for those bottom of funnel articles. So that how to export leads from LinkedIn Sales Navigator, it was essentially a guide on how to use Wizza, because it's a very point solution. That's the use case, but it was a helpful guide that ran through the product with screenshots. And we saw more than, let's see, I think that keyword in particular, how to export leads from Sales Nav, had about a volume of 90, but that the keyword volume is kind of arbitrary and sometimes isn't super accurate, because we saw over 1,000 visits on that article specifically, even though going into it, we thought maybe we'd get a couple hundred based off of the keyword volume. Got a little off track there, but with that bottom of funnel article, we made it super specific, super product focused, and tied a lot of CTAs into it to draw people in. So those are kind of the 3 side notes there. That's number 2. Any questions coming in? All right.
Not yet.
So the idea, I'm not great with metaphors, but the idea is instead of just going in with a backhoe and trying to dig out that huge HubSpot of a boat, sometimes you can get strategic and use a shovel, and then sometimes you can dig in and go after bigger topics for the long term, like that Sales Nav pillar. And the last side note here is the secondary reason you wouldn't just go after those bottom of funnel keywords is, well, one, linking between them supports the whole thing. And 2, it builds your authority and your trust over time. So you're not just doing those product focused bottom of funnel articles, you're providing resources to your audience. And over time, you build your authority on those specific topics. In Wizza's case, it was Sales Nav and cold email. We just got super specific on the 2 things we wanted to try to own from a content perspective. All right, last one is backlink outreach that matters. This one is near and dear to my heart because 1, I spent a lot of time on backlink outreach at Wizza, and 2, at Sales Hacker, I receive metric frick ton of backlink requests coming in for Sales Hacker. And some are really great, and I'm very happy to oblige, and it makes total sense. And some it's very low effort, and it's very clear, and becomes kind of this thing to get through. So the idea is you want to fall in that first bucket, not the second bucket, as you're reaching out to sites. This was the progress at Wizza, again, just to kind of validate this idea. Started around here. This was January, and that right where it's the flat part on the top. And then by August, we were up to around 500. And then I'll touch on this in a second, but this last bit of growth on the top right, that's really from inbound, or not, sorry, not inbound, that's from unsolicited backlinks from people finding the content, linking back to it because it's helpful, because they're finding it on page 1 or page 2 of Google. This piece isn't super scientific, but I was trying to map how I think about backlinks in terms of categories, and I came up with 4 categories as I see them, at least. Number 1, high lift, high value backlinks. Those are things like G2, Marketing Profs, Crunchbase, the places where they have high domain authority and a good readership, so that you kind of get 2 birds with 1 stone, and you can publish guest posts there. It's not just about the backlink, it's also a little bit about the thought leadership or positioning, the relationship as well. These do take more time, but in my experience, they've been completely worth it, because you're not just reaching out for the backlink, you're reaching out for a relationship that pays off over time. There's kind of a dual, almost competing purposes here. I'd say number 1, prioritize these high lift, high value from the start. But then number 2, try to get away from them, at least just solely for SEO purposes, as soon as possible after the first 6 or 12 months, once you start to see some traction. If there's a secondary reason, building in public, product marketing, partnerships, integrations, whatever, totally makes sense. But if it's just for SEO, it takes a ton of time, and you can, if you're building great content, these sites might end up linking to you anyway, which again, I'll revisit in a second. The second one is outbound. I think this is what most people think of when they hear backlink building. This is, hi, I noticed that you have a broken link on this page. Would you be willing to replace with this great resource we have? Or I saw you have this great resource list of software. Would you be willing to add ours to the list? It works. Tons and tons of people are doing it, so it obviously works, but it's also going to either cost you a ton of time or a ton of money if you outsource it. There's a reason people outsource it, and there's a reason there's tons of people hitting up your email with pitches for the backlinks that they can provide you. So I didn't actually do much of this at all. I think I did a couple of weeks of reaching out to the lists of software, but I didn't do any broken links. I didn't do the resources or anything like that, just because it can be really time consuming. So I'm not here to talk number 2 down. I'm just saying, if you're talking about doing more with less, you might want to hold off on this one to kind of keep it going after you've built the foundation with higher impact activities early on. Number 3 is inbound. It's a little bit more complicated, but it's things like G2. Rebecca Reynoso has a great guest post program at G2. And the idea is you set it up in a way where there's very clear guidelines. It supports your own content strategy. And then the flip side is, after they've placed a guest post, you can turn around and ask for a backlink or a guest post in return. Something that goes well with this is Roundup, something that Databox and Soapbox do really well, where they'll run a survey or reach out to people on social and gather those responses up into a full-fledged article. Both options work great in the long term because you're getting those social links, and again, building those relationships that will be more valuable over time. And then the last are those unsolicited backlinks, where somebody links to your content because they found it either on social or Google, and you get all happy inside because it typically doesn't ever happen in the early days. But then once you start to build your authority on a specific niche and your domain authority, you'll start to see more and more of those. So this isn't exactly across the board recommendation, but what really worked for me is doing number 1 and number 4 and leaving off number 2 and 3, at least early days, because they're really high effort and pay off in the long term, but maybe might not be the best for getting the ball rolling on your SEO. A little example of those unsolicited ones for Wizza is the Next Web, Get Response. These came in well after I left Wizza, even though they're on an article I worked on last year. So this was 30 cold email tips getting progressively better over time in terms of ranking. Whoever wrote the articles that Get Response in the Next Web, finding the article and then linking to it. Like every content marketer does this. You start an article, you go to Google, you see who's ranking, and you see where it makes sense to link out. So this ties back to that super strategic keyword strategy, so that over time you spend less and less time on link building and a lot more time on building just the best content that you can, which will in turn support your backlinking. So yeah, the takeaway there is, like, people always say a backlink is a backlink for SEO juice. It totally is, but it's never just about the backlink. I think the key is to build those long-term relationships and spend your time on where the impact goes beyond just that one-off backlink. Yeah, so those are all 3. I know I felt like I ran through really quickly, but I guess we're almost at time. This is my favorite part of being a content marketer, and my gig at Sales Hacker is talking to other marketers, salespeople, ops folks, sharing ideas, sharing what works, sharing what doesn't work. So feel free to reach out via email. I have some Sales Hacker swag, and happy to donate to a cause you care about, just to kind of get those conversations going. And for right now, happy to take any questions.
Nice. Very cool. Yeah. We have one that has come in via Slack. The question is, what tool do you use, or what tool do you recommend people use to track those unsolicited backlinks?
Yeah. I mean, currently I'm using SEMrush. Before at Wizza, I used Ahrefs. I'm not going to go endorse one or the other. I think they both do the job equally well. Yeah.
Cool. Perfect. I have a question myself, just because I'm I'm on the sales side of things. I am not an expert at all. Honestly, didn't even know what SEO was before I started in this job. But something that I noticed specifically when you were talking about that, the pillar and cluster strategy, is that most of the titles of your content is like very close to what it looks like somebody would literally just Google in if looking for the answer. Is that, am I catching something correct there? Like, what's the idea behind that?
Yeah, I'm trying to look for the other examples I had here, but that's totally it. It's less, let's see, ABM. It's going after what people are searching for. Like people, if people are Googling, they have a question in their mind. And your article needs to answer that. Pillar guides are great for the link structure and authority and pulling in links down the line, but they don't typically ever perform well in terms of conversion. So the whole idea of pillars is to support those more specific pointed answers to very specific questions. So like I said, instead of ABM Ultimate Guide, do how to measure ROI of ABM. Instead of event marketing software, do event marketing software integrations. So yeah, that's very much the idea.
Cool. Interesting. Yeah. Cause I guess when I think of like writing a piece of content, I would think, okay, how can I make sort of the most, I don't know. Well, I'm thinking of just like a snappy title that if it was like a written book or like a journal article, that's how I would kind of title it. When in reality, it seems it should be something that is as close to what somebody is Googling, so that I guess what I thought of was like put a keyword in the title, as in like one keyword, as in like you were just saying, if we're talking about marketing automation, I put marketing automation among some other words in my like nice snazzy title, when in reality, the whole phrase can be the keyword if it's as close to what people are writing in Google as possible.
Yeah. So what you're talking about is those high traffic keywords versus long tail keywords. And those are the ones where it goes way down, the search volume goes way down, but people are very specific for what they're searching for. So, I mean, I don't have a super strong opinion on titles. As long as the SEO title is very direct and answers the question, you can get clever with the H1 on the page. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Very interesting. We have another question here from Alicia. I have a question about accepting links on behalf of Sales Hacker. So what kind of outreach emails do you respond to? What are the best outreach emails that get one's attention when looking for a backlink spot?
Yeah, I mean, if you want, I can send some examples if somebody wants to reach out after. I'll anonymize them. But the best ones are identifying a problem we have and a specific solution. So I actually do respond to broken link outreach if it's personalized, relevant, and changing out the link makes sense. I also respond to every single guest post inquiry that comes in that follows our guidelines. We have our guidelines published on the website and has a specific pitch. It's not, hi, do you accept guest posts? Especially if they're offering to pay for them, like those just get deleted because I know those are going to 500 other people. But if it's, here's my pitch for Sales Hacker, I think it's a great fit for your audience because XYZ, those will not only always get a response, but even if the topic isn't a great fit, I'll always work with you to land on a topic that works for you and works for the Sales Hacker audience. And I think I could say that I work pretty closely with Rebecca at G2 now. So I think I could say that applies pretty much across the board for anybody who's accepting inbound pitches.
Yeah, that totally makes sense. And in that way, I think it apply the same kind of rules of inbound/outbound sales, marketing, whatever it is, apply where people are not interested in getting that mass sent out spray and pray email. They are interested in something that's really specific to them. And as you mentioned, like solving a specific issue or pain that they do have. Yeah, totally makes sense. Any other questions from the chat, from YouTube? Of course, if you guys haven't thought of your question yet, or if you have a question that has gone unanswered, you can put it into our Slack community. And we have given Brooklyn access there. So he'll be in there and he can answer your questions there. And of course, you can reach out to Brooklyn. He's got his email address right here. So obviously very, very open to answering any of your questions. Yeah, we'll give a couple more minutes just to see if anything does pop up. Yeah, it's very interesting. It's very interesting that now thinking of the idea behind, as you mentioned, those kind of like short, high traffic keywords and then those long tail keywords. And it makes sense that your kind of overall pillar piece of content is something that probably a lot of other big players have put a piece of content out there like that. So it's not going to be the thing that is necessarily bringing you in those the qualified traffic, as you mentioned, but the more specific you get, the more likely you are to have people who actually have the problem that you can solve clicking on your stuff, and then of course converting.
And the second way would be, oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
You get those pillar pages and those very high traffic as essentially brand awareness. You're getting thousands of eyeballs on your brand content every month, even if they're not converting well. So as long as you're adding in content that does convert well, that's still a great idea.
Right. Absolutely. Another question here from YouTube. So keywords research or backlink or blog, which plays a major role in Google ranking?
Backlink. I'm not sure what the blog would be. And I'm going to be the typical like marketer answer and say it's both of those first two. Like you can't, it's going to be really hard to rank for anything, even those lower ones, without any backlinks. Like you have to start building up that domain authority as soon as possible, like at the same time as you're building out the content. And it's a great idea to run distribution to the new content you're putting out. So reach out to people in your network and say, hey, we just published this, that would be relevant for you. As long as you're not being spammy about it, I think that's cool. So it's going to be both and for those first two. For the blog, I'm not. For the third, I'm not so sure what that would be.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Yeah, that looks like that might be it. Unless that person who asked about, the blog wants to give a little context on what they mean by the blog, then we can get that answered. But otherwise, I think that is it for now. Thank you so much, Brooklyn, for joining us to share. Incredible, a ton of really great content here that is applicable to all those marketers that are watching right now. And if you guys that are watching the recording later on, share that with your marketing colleagues. If you have any questions, you can pose them to Brooklyn here. Is there anywhere in particular that they can kind of follow? Of course, a Sales Hacker itself is a great place for content, but anywhere else that they can kind of learn from you?
I'm on LinkedIn a ton. Sometimes I like it, sometimes I don't, but it's been a great learning experience. I think it's fun to create content there. So probably LinkedIn, yeah.
Okay, perfect. Well, there you guys go. And thank you again, Brooklyn, to Sales Hacker for being a sponsor for this event. We're really, really grateful to work alongside you guys. And thank you again for coming on our event.
Thank you. Thanks to the whole team. It's been great.
Thank you so much. Well, we'll let you go and we'll bring Colin Stewart back in here. Thanks again and see you later, Brooklyn.
Thanks, Sarah.
Nice. Very interesting.
That's a good one. I'm bringing us back to the two-person view here. We had the schedule up. We got a little John Miller coming up. I'm looking forward to this one. John's always great. Does everybody here know John? Does anybody here not know John? Chat, let me know. Do you know John personally?
I don't know John.
You good friends? You don't know John? Have you listened to any of his stuff or seen him talk before?
No.
He contributed to From Impossible to Inevitable in the most recent iteration. It was one of those like, oh yeah, Aaron's hooked up when he just subtly introduced me to it. He's like, hey, this guy founded Marketo.
You're like, okay.
Oh. And it was sort of at the beginning of understanding like ABM and this and that, and just listening to John speak for 20 minutes. I'm like, oh, I get it. It makes sense.
Just so clear and concise and like easy to digest in his words.
Yep.
Cool.
Yeah. It's, we talked about ABM and the styles and when it's appropriate, when it's not appropriate. I think there's a lot of sort of around that time, a lot of misconceptions, a lot of people making assumptions and thinking, oh, it's only this and it's not that. It's like, well, that's
like if my average deal size is $20, I should definitely do ABM versus like maybe make it a big ticket.
Yeah. I mean, I think there's so many people that see the marketing and they're like, oh, this is going to be perfect for this. Like we've seen it with predictable revenue when people are like, hey, let's do outbound for something that's worth $100. And, it's hard to be profitable on $100. It's impossible to be profitable if your product is $100 or even $100 a month is pretty hard.
Yeah.
We had one client like years ago. They actually wrote a post about it, 2020, and they wrote a post about working with us, and then they moved from working with us to go to outreach because they're like, well, it's not profitable if you guys do it. And then they saw it drop off in demand. Anyway, it's really interesting, but they ended up building a huge sales team around it, and then they let their whole sales team go, and they saw no impact on the metrics other than more cash in the bank.
Yep. Checks out.
Yeah.
Checks out. Definitely nothing is one size fits all in the world of sales and outbound. That we know for sure.
Yeah, that's why we want to bring a diverse group of people to the event today and yesterday, is because you're totally right. There's no one size fits all. It's all You got to make it work for you, and everything you got to test it for yourself.
Yeah, absolutely. Cool. Yeah, it's been such a great event so far. I'm sad that we've only got one more talk.
I know. Yeah, no more stress streams.
Well, who knows? Might just continue having them. Might just have a like retroactive stress stream about butchering 2 ads days back to back.
What do you think? Chat, should we fire Sarah because she butchered the ad?
Should.
Type an F for fire if we should.
F.
Oh, Julian's in there. That was aggressive. I'm just kidding.
Sad. All good. So should we, because some people here may not have seen it, and because we have a couple minutes here left before we get to meet the incomparable John Miller, should we show a clip from our comedic guest that we had yesterday?
Yeah, I think I can do that.
I think that would be interesting. I think maybe they're going to do it on their end. I think this is just us giving a heads up so that you didn't have to do all your dragging and playing.
I think I've got it here. If it's in the chat, if it's in my chat. There's Veronica. Here we go. I've got it here. Let me just, you're not going to be able to hear it. Fuck. All right. Let's throw it up there. Gonna throw it into full screen. There we go. And then we're gonna transition back. Hopefully I've got the right video here. And I'm gonna go full screen. I know this is such a not pro version, but you know, I'm sorry for that. Where's the full screen button? Sarah, I can't find it. We're going with yoga break day 1. I think that's close enough.
Hello, everybody. We're so excited to be back for another Own Your Growth. Normally, you would see Colin and myself up here at the beginning, having a little chat with you guys, letting you know what's to come, trying to be funny, trying to like warm up that whole host duo comedy act that we have not quite nailed. So we actually figured that we'd have somebody who is funny for a living come and talk to you guys first instead. So without further ado, I would like to introduce you to the incomparable Corporate Bro.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Own Your Growth Conference brought to you by, well, of course, Predictable Revenue, where for the next 2 days, you will learn how to improve your revenue strategies from the high level, like marketing ideation sessions over some frosty kombuchas, down to the tactical, like salespeople making cold calls in the trenches. I don't know about y'all, but I am, oh God, quaking with excitement. I'm talking Addy on an empty stomach during finals week type jacked up. Truth is, I took some pre-workout powder, so I am on one right now and sweating profusely, but I'm here. So let's do this. My name is Corporate Bro, or as my mom calls me, her happy little mistake. I am the self-described master of the persuasive arts and purveyor of the acronym SADNESS, which stands for Sales Are Dope, Never Ever Stop Selling. For those of you who have never heard of me, well, that's a you problem. And you either missed quota or you've never carried a quota. But for those of you who have heard of me, it's so lovely to see you. Yes, as the schedule states, I am a comedian, apparently strictly in the B2B sales space, an awfully narrow point of view. I certainly didn't write that. But I guess what comic doesn't want to be strictly tied to arguably the most annoying profession on earth? Just saying. So yes. Given I've clearly limited my own growth opportunities, I am the perfect candidate to kick off a conference about growth. So, what's my relationship to revenue? Well, this may shock you, but I was a sales guy. Enterprise life. In fact, I sold for Oracle. Ever heard of them? Practically built that place. Of course, Larry would never admit it. He was probably just threatened by my power grab after hitting 119% in Q3. So, I had to go. And now look at him. Only made 10.4 billion this past year, so it's safe to say they miss me. Case in point, Larry. I also dipped my toe in the proverbial waters of the startup sales game, and that was a real treat. We were all paid 20% under market, but it was okay because we were on a rocket ship to the IPO stratosphere. Of course, rather than being Apollo 11 and landing on the moon, we ended up like the Challenger, in a ball of flames cascading elegantly back to Earth in front of the eyes of TechCrunch and BuzzFeed. But don't worry, in this story, not everybody got hurt. Our CEO did receive a massive payout. #blessed, thank God. So yeah, I've spent some time in the revenue game. Through the ups and downs, I can confidently say that I am a shining example of just how far mediocrity can go. If you want to know more, you can Google me, like an adult, or you can check me out on Instagram @CorporateBro, where I post sketch comedy every week like a machine. But enough about my colorful history. I love speaking at these events, especially when we're talking about revenue, because, you know, making money is super tight. I love it because I get to speak to the most critical functions of a business, as well as marketing. But perhaps most importantly, I get to tell boomer executives to stop doing TikToks, because no, it's not cool. And no, watching them move with the rhythm of a three-legged hippo is not exactly good for business. Now, we're here today because, as the program says, in these overflowing times, everything just feels noisy and unfocused. We want to help you reconnect with yourself, get centered, and rebuild your revenue strategy. Now, if that event description doesn't wear a saggy beanie unironically and drink oat milk, I don't know what does.
This guy's awesome. But that's all the time we have for Corporate Bro today. You can watch the rest of the video. I think it's up on I believe it's up on YouTube. I should know because I just played it from YouTube. But we're going to get to, I'll throw this, you can have a look at the schedule, because we are going to the one, the only John Miller real shortly here. And so follow us along. Sarah, I'll catch you at the end of John Miller.
Yeah. See you after.
Sounds great.
Recording in progress.
Hey, John.
Hello, hello.
How you doing?
Good. Good to see you.
Thank you, thank you. I've got YouTube following me here, so we're live as well. I'm going to throw our videos on up to the channel in just a second here. All right. There's been a few changes since the last time I chatted. I think we talked a couple years ago, and this was pre-acquisition. So you were Engagio, but still with Engagio pre-acquisition to Demandbase.
Yeah, it was almost exactly a year ago when we brought Engagio and Demandbase together. So it's, been a big year in more ways than one.
Right on. I was saying I'm always excited to get a chance to talk to you. I was just telling Sarah that I think before our last conversation, we were talking about your contribution to Impossible to Inevitable. I'd heard about ABM, and I was like, yeah, it's sort of like, just named accounts sales like everybody else was doing for, the last 20 years. And then we had a conversation about the different styles and the methods and the ways, and just, I appreciated your clear thinking on the subject. In 20 minutes, I walked away and went, oh, okay, I get it. And the fact that you were heavily influential in what is now the inbound marketing space, with the founding of Marketo and then Engagio. So always great to have you here. I'm really excited for our conversation today.
Absolutely. Totally.
Perfect.
So I've got the presentation ready to go when you tell me when to rock.
Yeah. Why don't we I've kind of talked about how I know John, but for those that haven't met him, he's currently the Chief Marketing and Product Officer at Demandbase, responsible for their entire account-based go-to-market. I've mentioned some of the other hits, but John, is there anything else that I've missed other than sort of generally influential, somebody that you should follow, created the inbound marketing space?
Well, I wouldn't say I created the inbound marketing space, but as a co-founder of Marketo, I think helped contribite to that. And yeah, today's presentation is all about kind of what's next, kind of where's this all going.
Perfect. Ready for your slides whenever you got them.
All right, let's rock. Let's rock this show. All right, we good? We full screen here?
You got it.
Awesome. So this presentation is really all about where's the whole world going, and just as a kind of a sneak peek to the end, it's something I'm calling account-based experience. Not even account-based marketing, but account-based experience. So we'll talk a little bit more about that. But as we I were just talking about, I was a co-founder at Marketo. We started Marketo late 2005, early 2006. I can keep track of that because it was almost exactly the same time as my son was born. And he's, 15 and a half now or so. So, back then, when we're starting Marketo, there was a very kind of almost specific set of problems that marketers were facing, which was really, we were generating online leads at scale, really for one of the first times. I mean, Google AdWords really only got up and running in like 2003. So this is just 2 years after that. And marketers needed a place to capture these leads and score them and do something with them if they weren't immediately ready for sales. And that ultimately was the rise of account-based marketing. Sorry, the rise of marketing automation. And, at the same time, this marketing automation tools like Marketo were also the email tool. And it was sort of the rise of a lot of use of email, especially in B2B for the first time. So marketers owned the actual keys to communication with customers. And then it was a pretty exciting time, I think, for marketers, because we sort of were able to evolve from being the people who threw parties and made color brochures into being, really truly part of the revenue engine. But as I said, that was almost 16 years ago. And obviously the world's changed a lot since then. And ultimately to the point that I think, that traditional model has almost gotten kind of shipwrecked, and it's looking pretty decayed. So I got kind of 5 things here that I want to talk about in terms of how that world has really changed. The first one, we already talked a little bit about account-based, a second ago, but we've realized that we sell to businesses and not to people. That at the end of the month or the quarter, the sales team doesn't talk about how many leads they closed, they talk about how many accounts they've closed. And so we've seen a whole bunch of marketers start adopting account-based strategies because it just makes a lot of sense. So, and whereas the traditional marketing automation solutions are really built around the lead, not the account. So that's the first big change. Another one that's a little bit more subtle is the changing dynamics between marketing and sales. Built into marketing automation, like Marketo, is the concept of almost a linear baton handoff, where marketing will generate those online leads, nurture them until they're ready, pass them to an SDR, like a baton, who then qualifies it and passes it to a sales rep, if appropriate, who then gives it to a customer success manager to kind of run from there. But, we've seen these big changes. At the bottom of the funnel, buying committees are getting larger, and salespeople can't individually be talking to all of those people in the committee. And so we're seeing more marketing playing a bigger role in the bottom of the funnel. And at the top of the funnel, we've seen GDPR and other privacy regulations change how much email marketers can send. And then the rise of outbound tools, right? This is what predictable revenue does. Where you've really seen a lot more email coming from at the top of the funnel from the sales team, not the marketing team. That baton handoff is looking increasingly broken, and what we need is something that looks a lot more like a soccer match where the ball is passed back and forth, as opposed to the linear baton handoff. A third big change is the rise of recurring revenue models. That's obviously important in software as a service, but almost every industry is sort of adopting the subscription economy. And what we're seeing is that built into tools like Marketo is a focus on almost, the net new lead, if you will, the new business. At Marketo, we even would ignore a response if it came from an existing customer. And yet that's exactly the opposite of where the revenue comes from. The revenue comes from post-sale, retention, expansion. And so there's this real disconnect between the way the marketing systems focus on new business and the way that businesses run, which is really on the kind of post-sale revenue. A fourth big change is how buyers are buying, where they're doing their research. An exciting part of traditional marketing automation was the ability to track the digital body language, the ability to see what people were doing on your website, what content they were clicking on, what emails they were opening. But more buyers have gotten savvy. They know if they come to your site and fill out a form, that you're going to start emailing them and calling them, perhaps with unwanted outreach. So they're doing more of their research anonymously and more of their research off of the website. And so we need new ways of sort of tracking who's interested in our products and our solutions that go beyond what marketing automation can do on our own first-party properties. And then the fifth big change I want to talk about really is just digital transformation. And this was driven by COVID, massively. I mean, we saw 6 months of digital transformation happen, 6 years of digital transformation happen in 6 months when all this hit last year. Almost overnight, traditional marketing tactics like events went away and marketers had to move their budgets online. We saw that demand base with a massive amount of investment into things like digital advertising. And even as we start to reopen and things are coming back to quote unquote normal, once you open Pandora's box, you can't put everything back in. I think this sort of move to sort of a digital go-to-market is really, really here to stay. So these are kind of 5 key trends that have made the traditional marketing automation approach, the traditional demand generation approach, look increasingly outdated. And a lot of people have talked about account-based marketing as the next big thing, the next evolution, if you will. In Inevitable to Impossible, and this analogy originally came from Aaron Ross, that traditional demand generation is like fishing with a net. You don't care which fish respond or which companies respond, you just care if you catch enough. Whereas the account-based marketing world is much more like fishing with spears. You identify the big fish and you go after them regardless, based on kind of their interest, if you will. It was a really good analogy, and I think it really helped explain the rise of account-based marketing, over the last 4 or 5 years or so. But I've increasingly been realizing, we're in this world, as I said, where buyers are smarter. They're more in control of the process. And as a result, there's a flaw in how we think about traditional account-based marketing, which is, that built into the traditional outbound models, built into fishing with spears, is the concept that we're going to go after this account, even if the timing isn't right or they're specifically interested in hearing from us. And, to put simply, getting poked by a spear doesn't feel very good. And I realized we need a new model, one that combines the precision and targeting of an outbound account-based model, but with the engageability and improved customer experience of traditional inbound or demand generation. And that's what I'm calling account-based experience, this kind of next big thing. And so in many ways, account-based experience combines the best of ABM with the best of the customer experience movement, if you will. So let me talk a little bit more about ABX. I mean, first of all, one of the things I like about it is that it's inclusive of multiple departments. The name account-based marketing, by definition, only includes one department, marketing. And as we've learned, that doesn't work very well. So one of the nice things about ABX is that it really is an umbrella that lets marketing and sales development all kind of be part of this new next generation process. But the second part that I think is so exciting is the fact that it uses intelligence and insights to know, when and how to engage with each account and what to say so that you can be more relevant. Rather than interrupting the account because we decide it's time to reach out, we identify the right time to reach out and are therefore creating a better overall account experience, if you will. So that's the idea. That's what's the next big thing, is this kind of account-based experience concept. What I want to do with the rest of the presentation is to really now talk about how do you actually do it? How do we get this up and running and implemented in our organizations? And so I have sort of the 5 steps to developing account-based experience. And step 1 is building your account data foundation. That's our journey to the promised land here. So What do I mean by building your account data foundation? Well, if you go back to my time at Marketo, when I was starting to do account-based marketing or outbound programs to complement our traditional demand generation, I'll be honest, I drove my marketing team, my marketing operations team in particular, crazy, because I wanted to do things like identify the right accounts and orchestrate complex account-based programs and measure the results. And it was just frankly really, really hard given the disjointed systems that we had. It was that experience that ultimately led me and inspired me to build Engagio, which was something that would help you create a single comprehensive view of the account across your first party data. And that's really the stuff on the left here. In order to be account-based, you want to have sales and marketing looking at a single view that matches, that pulls data from the CRM, your marketing automation, your web visits, even your email server and your calendar is a wealth of amazing information about what's going on at the account. And then you need to do something called lead to account matching so that you can take all these individual people and make sure it rolls up to the right account. And that's what Engagio was really good at. But to really have a full view of the account, you need to marry that first party data with third party data. Things like good quality firmographics, revenue, industry, location, hierarchy data, technographics data. If you're a software business, knowing the other technologies that company has can be incredibly valuable. It's actually probably one of the most predictive factors in terms of knowing which accounts are going to be a good fit for you. Even things like intent signals and contacts, and then the ability to match all that to the right account, is what it sort of forms the foundation of everything that you do that's account-based, and then keeping it cleaned and maintained. So we're talking about data here. It's not always the sexiest thing. A lot of times marketers and salespeople are like, get past the data. I just want to go do the cool stuff. But the honest truth is, without a quality account-based data foundation, you're always going to sort of be pushing a rock uphill. Once you have that data foundation in place, though, now we're really ready to rock. And we get to the exciting stuff, which starts with let's go pick those accounts. Let's really identify the ones that are going to really move our business and drive us forward. Now, the challenge we have when we do that, though, is that at any given point in time, the number of accounts that we might possibly want to go after is way larger than the number that we can effectively actually go after at any given point in time. And so we need strategies to kind of focus in on the right accounts at the right time. And there's really 3 strategies we can use. The first one is to tier your accounts and treat accounts differently. More valuable accounts should get more focus. It just makes sense. But not every company does that. The other 2 strategies are about kind of having a rotating spotlight that sometimes is going to put extra focus or energy on certain accounts, either because they fall into a target segment or some set of conditions or rules are met that sort of say, hey, let's focus more. So I'm going to talk about each of these 3 strategies. The first one, as I said, is different tiers of accounts. And to understand that, we need to really get into the different styles of ABX. Colin, you were talking about this a little bit earlier. So at the very top of the pyramid, we have what is known as traditional one-to-one marketing. This is where you are going to do completely customized programs for each account based on a deep account research. This style is really effective and it's really expensive. Companies spend on average up to $50,000 per year per account to make this work. It's worth it for the big 7-figure deals, 8-figure deals, if you will, but it's not very scalable. The median company only can have 14 of these accounts. So because it's not scalable, we have other styles. The one-to-few style, is really focused on micro clusters, where you're going to do deep research on the cluster's needs and then customize, a moderate amount, based upon the needs of that specific sub vertical, if you will. It's about an order of magnitude smaller spend, and it's about an order of magnitude smaller deal sizes. This is good for your $300,000, $400,000, $600,000 deals, $1 million deals even. The median number of accounts that a company has in this is about 50. Typically, it's going to be the dozens. The third level, one-to-many, this scales to the hundreds. The median number of one-to-many accounts is 500, and some people have a lot more, although they're probably using a rotation strategy. This is by definition a more scalable approach, broader programs, lighter personalization, more use of technology, less investment per account. And then at the very bottom of the pyramid is what I call targeted demand generation. This easily scales to thousands and thousands of accounts, because all you're really doing is your traditional non-personalized demand gen, just going after a named list of accounts. I'm not saying one style is better than the other. In fact, the best companies use a mix of all 3 or 4 different styles based upon their ACVs and their business. The key, though, is to not have too many in each given tier. If you sort of try to have 50 one-to-ones, you're not really doing one-to-one. It's just not possible to scale at that level. So to make that work, I strongly recommend that what you do is you define your entitlements or your definitions of each tier before you pick the accounts. Go in and sales and marketing together, write down, if you have a one-to-one account, what do they get? What do you got to do? What does sales do? What does marketing do? What's different if you have a one-to-few or a one-to-many account? And then you can even have additional rules about, well, if that account starts showing specific engagement or interest, what I call a marketing qualified account, I'll explain that more in a minute, what additional entitlements are they going to get? And so when you've done this, it starts to tell you your constraints of how many accounts you can actually have. So these are what Demandbase actually uses. If you're going to do a $100 gift or a cameo message for every account that shows buying intent on the one-to-one tier, that adds up pretty quickly if you have more than a few accounts. And if every account gets an account plan, again, you're not going to be able to scale that more than to a handful of accounts. So step 1 is define your entitlements and then use that to indicate how many accounts in each tier you can really have. And hold to that so that you don't end up watering out and diluting what you really want to do for each account. And then from there, we have to now start picking the accounts. All right, let's say we get 10 in the one-to-one tier. Well, how are we going to pick the best 10? And so on. And that's where AI and big data start to really, really help. And there is an acronym I like to use to help us think about this, which we call FIRE, F-I-R-E. So the F, this is the fit. These are the accounts that you want to go after because they look like your best accounts. This is how much are, how good are they? How easy are they going to be to close? How valuable are they going to be? And again, machine learning can sort of take the universe of 20 million accounts and rank them for you based upon the quality. The I in FIRE stands for intent. Now we could do a whole presentation just about intent data, but intent is the ability to know what content companies are consuming out on the open web, not on your website. And there's lots of ways you can get to this data. Vendors like Demandbase can provide it. But it gives you an understanding of the baseline of what a company is interested in. And when you see trends in it that sort of all of a sudden a lot more interest happening from an account, it could be a sign that that account is sort of entering into a buying cycle and it's worth kind of maybe reaching out to. The R stands for relationship. This is your context and history with the account. Do you have a closed lost opportunity there? Or maybe your SDRs are already reaching out to the account. This is all important information to understand if it's an account you want to go after. And then the E stands for engagement. And this is really, are they spending time with you and your company? This is your traditional marketing automation, but rolled up to the account. Are they visiting your website? Are they downloading your content? Are they attending your events? And then you can combine all of those into another score, which we like to call pipeline prediction. It's really your in-market buying prediction. Which accounts are showing the pattern of behaviors that your other accounts have shown on your site and off your site as they lead up to becoming an opportunity with your business. If you can calculate all these scores, either using just manual rule-based scoring or better AI, now you're armed with how you can then go pick your best accounts. This spreadsheet at the top is an indication, or is an example of how we do it at Demandbase. We give each rep a sheet that has their territory with some basic key technographics and firmographics, and then the F, I, R, and E scores that we then combine into a single score. And it's sorted. And then the rep can basically go in and say which of these they want for their allotment of the one-to-ones and one-to-fews and one-to-manys. For us, each rep gets about up to 5 one-to-ones, up to about 30 one-to-fews, and then about 100 or so one-to-manys from their total territory. And everything else falls into that kind of targeted demand gen bucket. So it's marketing driven, but sales owned. They ultimately own the selection of the target accounts, which is really important. At the bottom here, you also see how we do that other two strategies, that rotating spotlight, if you will. For example, we might have in different quarters, different campaigns we run focused on different industries or different programs. This is sort of giving extra entitlements to the accounts that match that segment so that we can get even more focus. And then we have the triggered one. So as I talked about, accounts that are entering in a buying cycle, what we call NQA, they always get extra entitlements. Or if a company in our target account has a new executive or starts showing intent for our competitors, those all trigger extra entitlements and extra focus. So that's how we pick our accounts and then focus on some of them more at different points in time. Okay, phew, take a sip of my drink here. We've got our data foundation. We've identified and scored and ranked the accounts. We know who we're going after. Now it's time to actually go after them in a very orchestrated, coordinated way. The problem we've got is that our buyers are living in this overly crowded, crazy world where we're not the only ones going after them. There's a whole bunch of other companies trying to do the same thing to the same busy executives. And there's no way we're going to stand out if we are being generic. However, 75% of executives say that they will respond to an unsolicited outreach if it contains ideas that might be relevant to their business. Where relevant is based on a knowledge and understanding of their industry, of their unique business, and gives them fresh ideas. This is the challenge for salespeople, but applied to marketing and prospecting. So executives will respond to our outreach if it's at the right time and it's relevant. So how do we get that relevance? Well, you can do manual account research, which you should, especially for those one-to-ones and one-to-fews. But we also want to touch more accounts than that. So this is where you want to start maybe using technology to help bring relevance in a more scalable way. So there's a whole bunch of ways you can do this. Where the account is in its journey, which I'm about to talk about in more detail, tells you a lot about what's going to be relevant to them. But so does that intent data. If you know an account is researching digital security, you know that might be the thing you might want to focus on when you talk to them, and also what words you should use when you talk to them. Industry tells you, a lot of the challenges they might be facing. The technologies they use are really, really important, and so on. So, use technology where you can, use research where you can to get those insights and make sure you're personalizing those interactions a la the challenger sale. Now, I've talked a lot about the buyer's journey, and it's time to sort of address that in a little bit more detail. I love this research from Gartner. They basically describe the buyer's journey as that before a company can buy a job or can complete a buying process, they need to complete these 6 jobs that kind of roughly happen from identifying the problem all the way down to building consensus that they made the right decision. However, as Gartner points out, buyers do not move through this process in a linear fashion. They go through what's called looping, and it's a very non-linear process as they kind of bounce through their buying journeys, if you will. So how can we put some process on top of this, when the process itself is very non-linear? Well, I think there's a great sports analogy we can use here. Think about an American football game, where the path that ball takes as it heads towards one or the other end zone is very nonlinear. Forward, back, passing, kicking, you name it. And so just like our buyer's journeys, that ball is on a nonlinear process. But the yard lines still tell us a lot. For example, they tell us how likely we are to score. If we're on the 5th yard line, we're much more likely to score than if we're way back on our own 20. Similarly, they tell us what kind of plays we should run. If we're 1st and goal, we're going to run the ball. If we're 3rd and 20, we're probably more likely to pass. And so even though the process is nonlinear, by putting lines on it, it helps us understand the process. And that's what we should do for the buyer account journey as well. And we can do that, again, using these scores that I talked about earlier, the FIRE scores, and use them to map to a set of account stages. So this, is one set of sample stages, which I'll explain. This is what we use out of the box, but then we highly encourage companies to customize these to match their own business. Don't follow one vendor's fixed set of rules for how the stages should be, they should match your own business. But here's what we do out of the box. So at the top, the qualified stage, these are those accounts that have a good fit score, if you will, that match our ideal customer profile, but they aren't otherwise further down the funnel. The accounts that are in the awareness stage are showing intent, the I from FIRE. So they know something about our category, but they're still not interacting with us. The engaged, now that's the E from FIRE. They are coming to our website, downloading our content, attending our webinars, but they're not showing signs of actually being ready to talk to a sales team yet. That's what the MQA stage is all about. This magic moment, if you will, when an account is open to a relevant outreach, but before they've actually come to your website and raised their hand, or worse, engaged with a competitor. You can identify these accounts using that pipeline predict score that are in that magic moment and reach out at the right time. You're going to dramatically improve your chances of winning the deal. From there, you create opportunities, customers, even have post-sale stages. What's exciting about the ability to start to understand where the account is in the journey is it then lets you align your go-to-market to the right interactions to the right stage, which, as you'll recall, is exactly the definition of what I said is account-based experience is all about. So at the very top, those qualified accounts, we want to go after them, but they're not showing any interest in us. We should just focus on building our brand. And brands are built on emotion. So, don't try to get a click or a direct response or a download. Just build your brand on a foundation of trust. As they become aware, as they start to engage with you, you start to earn the right to move from emotion to logic. Start to engage with thought leadership and best practices in education. You're not trying to get a meeting yet because they're not showing any signs of being in market, but you're trying to lay the foundation, so that when they are in market, they're going to want to talk to you. When the account hits that MQA stage, that's when you kind of go after. That's when your SDRs start doing outreach, your salespeople do outreach. You might, as I said, look at what we're doing. We do Cameo messages, direct mail, gifting, all sorts of good stuff to engage that account when they're in that magic moment. When they're in the opportunity stage, here's where you want to focus on those last two jobs from Gartner. Help to, first of all, reach the broad buying committee, build consensus, and then, help build validation that they made the right decision by sharing analyst reports and references and things like that. And then obviously after the sale, continue to enhance that post-sale experience. This is the most important personalization you can do. At Demandbase, we change our website and our advertising to match all of these. So as accounts are moving through the journey, they get the appropriate interactions from us. And, which leads us to like, all right, how are we actually interacting with our accounts? And Topo research shows there's a bunch of different channels people use. Number one, I think music to this audience's ears, is the SDRs, outbound. It's important. It's people are using it and they're pretty satisfied with it. Is in terms of satisfaction, it's second only to digital advertising in terms of a channel people are using. So SDRs are the tip of the spear. But you also have events and one-to-one outreach from executives, gifting and direct mail, advertising. They're all super important. But more than any one channel, what's important is making the channels work together in an orchestrated way. Think of it as the orchestra conductor. You've got your wind instruments, your percussion, your strings. They all are important. But when you can make them all work in harmony, that's going to be your most effective way. So this is what the whole when you hear the word orchestration, that's what we're talking about. It can be as simple as marketing and sales working together. It can be more sophisticated. And the play really is the glue that ties it all together. So, think of, back to football, X's and O's on the chalkboard, right? You do this, they do this, you're going to do that. It literally outlines what each member of your team does to really connect in with the target account. There's a bunch of kinds of plays you can run. I've got a book where I try to talk about all of these, but as you kind of think about it overall, it's basically kind of an if this then that sort of set of things to sort of think about. If you've got the fourth one, and the where account where an executive from one of your accounts shows up and maybe registers for a webinar, that's great, but why not actually offer them a customized one-to-one meeting with a subject matter expert? Rather than with the speaker of the webinar, for example. If they're a valuable enough account, why not give them that one-to-one experience? Or maybe, you have an open opportunity that is got sort of stuck, if you will. But then all of a sudden, it sort of lights up again. That's a perfect opportunity to alert your sales team and start reaching out over different channels. There's all sorts of plays you can run here, limited only by your imagination, but what they all have in common is they orchestrate all these different human and automated touches together. Okay, which brings us to our fourth step here, which is really about getting marketing and sales working together. Inherent in all those plays I just talked about is marketing and sales working as a team. And I've talked about this at the top of the presentation. We need to move from a baton handoff model to one that looks more like a soccer team, where you've got players in different positions. You've got your forwards and your fullbacks, and they each have a role to play, but they still work together and pass the ball back and forth to make it work. According to Topo, this is the #1 indicator of account-based success, is when your marketing and sales and SDR teams can work well together. And there's 4 levels of sales and marketing alignment I want to talk about. Sorry, 3 levels of sales and marketing alignment. The first one goes back to my foundation. Just having marketing and sales looking at the same data is essential. Because if you're looking at different data, if marketing is counting leads and salespeople are counting accounts, you're not aligned. And so that data foundation is step 1. Step 2 is to start doing alerting, letting them proactively know key insights. Some of the plays I just showed you are examples of this. Hey, did you know your target account's visiting the website? Did you know you have an account in your territory that's showing intent for purchase? By giving sales teams proactive notifications about key insights, you help them do their job better. But then the highest level of alignment is that true soccer team set of coordinated interactions. And you can do that through orchestrated plays, and you can also do that through what I call an ABM or an ABX stand-up. Honestly, folks, this is one of the most important, actions I hope you take away from today. Just get a meeting that has every 2 weeks, the sales rep, the SDR, and a marketer. That's it. And the agenda of the meeting is, let's talk about that rep's accounts. What's happening in their territory? What engagement are you seeing? How can we actually reach out and engage with more of the right people at those accounts? It's not hard to do, and I've seen this work wonders at companies to get sales and marketing working together and to really kickstart an account-based program. All right, we're getting near the end here. I know we only have about 5 minutes left, which is just right in terms of timing. I want to wrap with talking about the fifth really pillar here, which is measurement. And we could spend a long time on that, but I'm only just going to hit 2 key points. The first point is that in this account-based world, we're measuring quality and not quantity. We don't really care how many leads we get. We don't care how many people attended our webinar. What we care is, are the right people from the right companies attending the webinar and responding to our campaigns? It's about the quality of our relationships and depth of our relationships. Or as David Ogilvy says, don't count the people you reach the people that count. And so there's lots of ways you can think about evolving your metrics to be more account-based, but perhaps the simple and the most obvious is to move away from a lead-based funnel and towards an account-based funnel. So many of you probably have seen the Serious Decisions waterfall and are used to MQLs and SQLs, SQAs, all that kind of stuff. In an account-based world, you want the same kind of concept of a waterfall, but it should just be measuring accounts by stage using these 4 key metrics. Value is how many you have at any point in time. Volume is movement. Like how many new MQAs did we create this quarter? Conversion rate, velocity, super important to understand the overall health of the dynamics and the funnel. Marketers and sales teams that have these metrics in place can get really good at forecasting because they really understand the dynamics of how accounts move through this journey. So to wrap, I do get questions about ABX technology. So I want to have 2 slides on that, and then we'll wrap with how to get started really quickly. So in terms of technology, I am an ABM vendor, an ABX vendor, but I do want everybody to understand that ABX is not a technology category per se. It's a business strategy, first and foremost. You can do ABX without much technology, but if you want to get good at it, if you want to scale it, you're probably going to need to invest in some technology. The account-based leaders do spend more, than other companies. In terms of where do you invest in the technology, there are a lot of subcategories, if you will, whether it's building that account foundation or finding the accounts that matter, engaging with accounts across all these different channels, orchestrating the interactions, closing and measuring the results. The good news is there's companies like Demandbase, 6 Sense, and Terminus that are really coming online that bring a lot of these key kind of pieces together. And into what we call the account-based platforms. So this topo research really shows, which technology categories people find impactful as well as satisfaction. In the upper right, you have the account-based platforms, as well as people who are getting started with simpler things like lead to account matching and just account-based advertising, buying the right contacts, kind of near the upper right. So that was a lot to cover. But as we said, marketing automation is kind of last decade's news. And the next decade is about this concept of account-based experience, aligning our interactions with the right accounts at the right time. There's a lot you can do. I covered a lot of best practices here. I just want to jump ahead 1 second and we'll go back. The good news is I just wrote a book. It launched yesterday. It's 250 pages of best practices on how to do this. It goes into everything I covered in a lot more detail. You can actually get a free copy on our website at demandbase.com/ABX. And as I said, one of the things that it covers is how can you get started really, really quickly. So if you just do any or all 5 of these things to get started, you're going to be really off to the races. Defining those entitlements, you know, as I said, that's that's so critical just to get going. You know, and then using some kind of methodology to then pick accounts that sales and marketing agree on. You know, if you really want to get started easy, just doing some advertising to your in-market accounts, you know, that are showing intent. What's so easy about that is you can literally get started tomorrow. No meetings needed. You turn it on, ads start showing up at the right accounts, traffic goes up. Mapping leads to accounts, that's that foundation I talked about. You know, even if you aren't going to build all the data foundation, just getting people rolled up to the right account is really essential. Doing some basic sales intelligence and getting those ABX stand-ups is a great way to get started. And then if you're a little bit more sophisticated, launching a simple integrated play. One that combines, for example, something like a direct mail package with the SDRs following up. So there you go. That's all about what's next, the account-based experience. I'll be jumping over to the Slack channel for Q&A. And with that, Colin, anything else?
I just wanted to highlight, like, this is, I love your approach here, John. Love that you're obviously coming from a vendor, but the comment about ABX is a strategy and not a tool or a tool category, I think is very apt, very accurate. And I love that you're sort of not just, I mean, obviously the demand-based logo is here, but you named a couple competitors, and I think that, you know, that's a great thing for you to stand up here and be able to do. Let me get back to one person here, 2 people. I'll get my video going. Just changing up. Every time we change the Zoom layout, I got to change the Streamlabs layout here. We'll get like a dedicated broadcaster, but for now it's me. I did want to highlight one thing, and I know you said it a couple of times, but I did want to highlight the ABX stand-up. I think that's probably the most incredible point we've heard all day today, that there's so, like, people talk about sales and marketing not working together. It's like the definition of like the actual visual, like how it happens is meeting. And there's so many times that I see salespeople not meeting with their SDRs, sales not meeting with marketing. It's such an obvious thing that I don't think many people are doing.
You know, you would think it would be more, but if I look at our best customers, it's probably the top 15% of customers that have implemented it. You know, and there's no thing you can do that has as high a benefit to effort ratio to get sales and marketing working better aligned.
Right on. John, I appreciate you coming on here. I had a feeling you were going to end with a book takeaway. You've always got a book. I love your books. I've got
this one really hot off the press. We launched it yesterday. You know, it's my 9th one I've written, and it's the best one yet. So
you must be a pro at writing books now.
I think I am developing a little bit of a best practice, you know, set of skills around it. It's very niche skill, but, you know, effective.
The one takeaway I had from our previous conversation that is stuck in my head, and every time somebody's talking about inbound, outbound, I remember you said, you know, you reached a point in Marketo, and in Marketo's journey where you recognized that you couldn't just write another ebook and sort of hit the growth numbers that you had. Yeah, I wonder if that's still the same. Is it just like another book, another outbound campaign, another X? Is that still true? Still holds?
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, great content is still a really important marketing strategy, both, you know, for building your brand as much as for driving demand, you know, direct response. Mm-hmm. You know, and I think getting just the best practices out there is a really effective top of the funnel strategy. But if you want to drive pipeline, as I said, like, I'd rather have one really awesome, clear and complete guide, mm-hmm. you know, that builds my brand than, you know, the 10th ebook, the 12th ebook, you know, because there's absolutely diminishing returns, and there are other outbound tactics like we talked about that can be more effective for engaging the right accounts.
Are you gonna legally change your middle name to Clear and Complete, or is that? John, I appreciate you coming on. I'm absolutely going to pick up my copy of the book. I appreciate the offer. Everybody can grab one. Julia just threw a link in the chat if you want to grab your copy there. And John, if people want to reach out and track you down, what's the best way for them to get in touch?
If you want to get me personally, just shoot me a note on LinkedIn. John Miller too on LinkedIn. And if you want to sort of just learn more about demand-based, obviously through our website. But check out the book. That's probably the number one thing I got to say.
Right on. As somebody who's read a bunch of your books, I don't think I've got all 9, but I've got at least 2. I highly recommend them. Definitely check them out. Thanks again, John.
Thank you. Bye, everyone.
See ya. All right, we've got Sarah jumping back in here. Thanks to everybody for hanging out today. It was a lot. It was good. It was exciting.
Mm-hmm.
It was fun. I can't find our name tags, but you know
That's
what?
Okay.
Do you want to be? We'll go back to Mark and
Whoever.
Sarah. I'll just randomly.
Do I do
click
like
on
an
one.
impression of whoever that person is?
Oh yeah, for sure. Here we go. Your corporate bro.
Oh no.
Get the headband.
Yeah, the little sweatband.
Yeah.
Here I am, sipping frosty kombucha, bro. Is that good?
Nailed it. Absolutely nailed it. What a day.
What a day. What a 2 days. What a conference. What a virtual conference.
Totally. Chat, thanks for hanging out. Thanks for spending some time with us. If you're still here, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button so that you can be annoyed by us absolutely every time we post a video. I don't recommend hitting the bell icon because then it'll just notify you all the time, and that's too many unless you really, really like our stuff, which you could do that.
You might.
But I don't like getting
And
notifications. They're bad for your health, I think.
That's fair. That's fair. I want to remind all of you guys that are still here that we do still have Conversation Starter up and running, but it's only available today and today only, especially if you want to get your hands on that prize that we talked about. So don't forget to sign up to Conversation Starter. Link is in the chat. You'll be able to set up those 12-minute conversations with the other people that are in Conversation Starter as well. Be connected with like-minded people, learn from them, all of that good stuff. And then the best part is that if 2 people from the same company sign up for Conversation Starter, that company is entered to win one of our email sequence consultations from one of our in-house experts. And that is worth $5,000 US. So it is well worth getting at least 2 of your people to sign up for Conversation Starter, not only for the learnings, but also so that you could be entered to win that wonderful prize.
Right on. Well done, Sarah. I don't think I've listened to any of the prompts that marketing has sent me. Said, hey, remember to do this. I couldn't even remember to hit record on the Zoom. They took that responsibility away from me. Like,
they
no,
did.
You're a child. I'm surprised I'm allowed to still have a mic, to be honest.
Okay. You do a great job hosting. Great job with questions. Well done.
You too, Sarah. Been great working the event with you this week, and looking forward to the next one. Any closing comments? You want to sing us a song, play us an outro?
I certainly do not, but I do want to say to everybody, thank you all for joining us here today. We want to thank all of our guests. I want to thank once again those 2 sponsors, the wonderful sponsors from which we had those guests as well. So we had Rev Genius, and that was Jared Robin, who joined us yesterday, and we had Sales Hacker, and that was Brooklyn Nash, who just joined us a few minutes back. Thank you to those organizations, and thank you to those guys for joining us on this conference. And one last piece is that our team is always really excited to hear your thoughts and feedback. You guys, the listeners, the viewers. So don't hesitate to reach out with the good and the bad. We want to make it better every single time. It really, really helps us to improve. And as you may have noticed, if you've been with us since the beginning of Own Your Growth, this one was very different from the very first one. And that is all thanks to feedback from people like you. So please shoot us a note. You can send an email to julia@predictablerevenue.com. That is the best way to just get straight to the person who's in charge of these types of things. Or of course, you can reach out to any of us over LinkedIn if we're connected, and shoot us some connection requests as well if we're not, because we'd love to hear from you either way.
Right on. Thank you, Sarah. Thank you, everybody. Now we're going to close with the monologue that Sarah did in her interview.
Imagine.
That we talk about every time we're in one of these conferences.
Yeah.
All right. Corporate Sarah, Corporate Bro, thanks for joining us. Chat, thanks for hanging out. Predictable Revenue, Marketing, Revenue team, thank you so much for putting on a great event and making it easy for us to just show up and talk. Really appreciate it. We'll see you all next time.
Thank you, guys. See you next time.